Okay, good afternoon. Our Komali, thank you so much. I'm very grateful that you are here. Some people were here even before 3 o'clock. It shows that they have interest in our guest today, who is full of knowledge. But I'm going to crave your indulgence so we can spend like another 2, 3 minutes waiting for the rest of our people. I'm still missing one of my no, I'm not missing anybody. Everybody is here. Once the Amoyes are here, we're good to go. I've seen Baba Olopolo, Dr. B. Fule. Baba Amoye is also here. Professor Adeniran Adeboye. Thank you, Baba. Yes. And thank you. Ọ̀túnba Ashim Ọlábọ̀dé Hosseini.
Full name mi nìyẹn.
Mo pè tán ni èmi náà ni mo tó bẹ́ẹ̀.
Ẹ kalẹ́.
Babaláwo, welcome. We're going to speak English today.
English kẹ̀ mi ò gbọ́.
Yes, because we are having a lot of people who don't speak as much Yoruba as you do, Baba Otunba Olabode. But that doesn't mean that people are not free to. Even if you want to speak Awori, you are allowed.
But Awori is a modified form of Oyo.
No. Awori is a modified form of
Awori la.
Oyo and Ijebu.
Thank you. That's so true, Mr. Oshiemi.
No. Mr. Oshiemi, today I'm going to, Dr. Oshiemi, I'm going to disagree with you. Oyo, Awori is a combination of Ibadan and Gbangan.
Oh, no, wow. Long.
Combination of Ibadan and Gbangan. Baba, is that so?
I'm not going to argue with anybody as long as we all agree that we belong in the Gbogan Empire.
We have a lawyer, Tinu Akinshola, our Iyalofin. When she's here, we are going to table it in front of court, and then we will know who wins.
Yes, and I know Gbogan will win because lawyer Akintola ọmọ Gbogan ni.
Ìyàwó Ìbàdàn.
Ó lè jẹ́ ìyàwó Ìbàdàn bọ́tọ̀ ọmọ Gbogan ni.
A máa gbọ́mọ wa padà.
Gbogan all the way.
All the way.
All the way. Thank you so much, everybody. My name is Shola Yusuf. I welcome everybody, all my big brothers, all the babas, all the mamas. I'm very happy to see you again this Sunday. I just decided when I was getting ready to put the promo out, that maybe we should do this in English, but that doesn't mean that we cannot use our noble language, Yoruba. The reason is with the topic, I know we are going to be having many non-Yoruba speakers, and it's not fair if we invite them and they cannot understand us. Before we go, I would like to introduce the three wise men of Yoruba Budi. They are the fuel. They are also the engine. It's possible for one thing to be many things. So they are the tools. They are everything that make us move. And of course, our other participants, they are very, very important. especially the people that I call Ejainu or Koye Kogbo. I mean, I can translate that, but I'm going to require some Saipon to be able to do that. But I know you get the idea. If you don't want to pay for the translation, it's okay too. It's not Mega language. It's Yoruba, pure Yoruba. Baba Kepe. So my engineer is here, Prince Idris Bello. He's been doing a good work. He stays with us to make sure that we don't have a problem. We didn't have this kind of experience, so I'm very grateful that he is with us. Thank you, Idris Oluwatoyin Bello. I'm grateful. I want to introduce my Baba Moye first, Professor Adeniran Adeboye. Baba, to all of us, it's Baba all the time. It's been with Yoruba movement, anything that makes Yoruba thrive, anything that look like a success for Yoruba, that is where you're going to find Professor Adeniran Adeboye. We are grateful, we are blessed that is Baba Moye on Yoruba Gbode. Baba is very, very young, like 18 or something like that. Yeah.
Yes.
Baba, welcome to another edition of Yoruba Gbode.
Thank you very much, Olotu. You know that I'm always happy to be here. Even when you make my mathematics go wrong. How does 81 become 18 unless you switch the digits?
That's right.
When you were teaching me mathematics, Baba, when I was trying to do my college algebra, you said I could, so I can't do it anymore now.
No, not all arrangements are commutative. Ìyá bàbá ìṣe bàbá ìyá.
Wow.
Anyway, I'm here and I'm delighted to be here. And I always ache at our inability to recognize all participants by name. Reason, we value them. Yet, if you decide to mention everybody by name, it could be. So I want everybody to know that our Olotu and everybody else in this Yoruba body values every participant. Indeed, our hope as a people that we emerge out of all these challenges and achieve what we call Ile Ileri. That hope is built every week by your showing up, by your contribution, by even enjoying dry jokes. It's a community. It's you translate that to people who don't have Yoruba. I am really very happy to be here.
Baba, it's family meeting, right?
Okay, family meeting. Anyway,
Baba, it's just that your mathematics is far more. Even when we say your English is 100, your mathematics is 100,000.
Anyway, I'm very happy to be here. I welcome everybody. And I'm hopeful that as we go along, we will achieve more and more. We will see that we are capable of, we will see more and more that we are capable of achieving what we look forward to achieving. Because all we want, all we are fighting for is the renewal and of our ancient heritage. We are not looking for things to go bad for anybody. We just want things to go good for us to speak American English. I'm happy to be here and I welcome everybody and I'm proud to be part of the crowd. Thank you.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you. That is to say, I would be a fair day.
Hey yo, hey, that gbẹ̀gàn ti kọ́ yẹn o.
Ẹ bá tẹnu bẹ̀ pé ká ẹ tẹnu bàṣẹ, I would
Débi tí a fẹ́ dé.
Don't ask me to translate it like this man. He was singing. He was singing irin tuntun ti dé òpẹ́ẹ̀lì sáré
Ó
ológun.
ń sapasa òye.
Irin tuntun ti dé òpẹ́ẹ̀lì sáré ológere. Those were the time of Opel. Bó ti ń sáré àti gbèrò bẹ́ẹ̀ ni ń sáré àti gbẹ̀mí. So this man, he didn't consult me before he started the translation. So he ended up saying, New iron has come, Opel, running fasita. New iron has come, Opel, running fasita. As it is running for passenger, so it is running for people's life. Kilo day, who did we offend? Well, we do things like this so that we can be in top gear before we start our program. Thank you so much for bearing with us. The next person that I'm going to introduce to this forum is Engineer Oyetunde Bankole Thomas. Baba Thomas, I'm looking for you. I don't know where
I
you
can
are.
see him.
Okay.
Waving his hand.
So did you come in as Bankole?
Yes.
Or TOB? Sometimes it will be TOB.
I came in as TOB and changed to Bankole. Just to confuse you.
Okay, I mean, what am I going to say? When it was, it's an intentional thing. So,
yeah.
Kò sí nǹkan tí àfírẹ́ ọmọdé jẹ tí àgbàlagbà ń ṣe tí fi máa ń lò náà ju pé kí wọ́n fi ọjọ́ orí rẹ ọmọdé jẹ. Ẹ ṣé o, ká tún á máa rí yín o. Ẹ̀yin lẹ wà ń bí, you are here today. Bàbá Bánkọ́lé, you see.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You are welcome to this occasion. Baba Bankole is a member of Amoye. And he is here from Canada every Sunday. Bó jẹ́ Egbe, bó jẹ́ Afẹ́rí, bó jẹ́ Kanako. He is here. Baba Engineer Agba, welcome to Yoruba Gbode.
Thank you very much, Olotu. I appreciate your kind introduction. And I thank everybody on the forum today. I believe we have a lot to learn. Everybody is learning, no matter how old you are. You never stop learning. We keep learning. I just learned that Awori is from Bogo. So there's a lot to learn on this forum. So, and I greet all, I see new faces here today. I greet you all.
Salute.
In the name of Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hey, Shem, thank you so much. I'm going to call my dear Egma, my dear, it's my Egma and also my senior in Mifla, but I heard about him, or he heard about me and he ran away from Mifla before I got there. Dr. Biyi Oyefule, our noble Dr. Olokpolo, is always here. He is passionate about Yoruba. He knows Yoruba. Yoruba is like almost the equivalent of Baba Faleti, who taught people like me how to even broadcast in Yoruba. Dr. Olokpolo, Dr. Biyi Oyefule, you are welcome again today. Onilo Nije.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here among the highly talented guests and invitees. We're here to learn, and me included, me especially. So I'm here to learn, to as we continue with this program today. I salute everybody, and as Papa said, myself I throw away salute. Oh, thank you, Luchi.
Because knowledge is light, and so the sages say, as ignorance as darkness is. Darkness is ignorance. Knowledge is light. We learned that in our school, Mayflower, right? Egmatata. We thank
That's
God
all right. Mm-hmm.
that we are going to gain more knowledge today, because that is the only light that we can use, knowledge, so that we won't be in darkness. Yoruba people will say, tí a bá torí ẹni pa adìyẹ ìwé ní jẹ. Yeah. Our guest today is very special. We had him for one time, and we said he has to come back. That he really has to come back, because he's full of wisdom. And what is wisdom without knowledge? He also has knowledge. We are grateful. I have the honor to introduce our noble guest, our honorable brother, barrister at law, Attorney Dele Ogun to Yoruba Gbode. Welcome, sir.
Olutu, thank you very much indeed, and thank you for having me back.
Thank you. What we are going to do is not so much different, but it's going to be like a follow-up. Yoruba people will say, a kì í gbé àwòrán gàgà ká má fi ọwọ́ ẹ̀ tibì kan. That is, when we make a design and it's fragile, we cannot just let it stay in the middle. We have to let it lean on something. So that is what we are going to do today. Today, we want to talk about our land that I quit calling Orílẹ̀-èdè in Yoruba, because my Baba Moye made me realize that it doesn't make sense. Orílẹ̀-èdè is Yoruba land, because our Ede, our language is Yoruba. It's possible to have Orílẹ̀-èdè Igbo if their language is Igbo, Ede, Orílẹ̀ tó ń sọ èdè. So by the time we say Orílẹ̀-èdè Nigeria, are we speaking Nigeria? Is that our language? No. No, no, no. So today we are going to talk about what is happening in Nigeria right now. So we want to go back a little bit and look at what we call the nation that people are agitating for. And then they are saying it's not going to be now. The government doesn't even want to hear about it. They don't want to hear about it. We are, you know, we are also going to talk about region. So, Barrister Dele Ogun, I'm going to ask you to explain to us the state, the nation, and the region. Then after that, I'm going to ask my Amoye to support you or say something different from what you believe. So, state and nation, why are they different? What is the difference between them? Welcome,
Thank you.
sir.
Thank you, Ma. Thank you very much indeed. I'm relieved that I've been licensed to speak in English, because if I was to deliver this thing in Yoruba, it means that you came not to that we came not to learn, but to be entertained. And since the purpose of this gathering is for us to learn from each other, so I'm grateful. I am much more fluent intellectually in the language of those I call the colonial Confucianists, which is it is where we are. Which of course is
you have to be that if you want to make progress. They didn't allow anything else.
Indeed. And the reason why it is important to be fluent in their language is that it enables you to be fluent in their thought system, because it's their thought processes that left us with the legacy that we're dealing with. And we have to go deep, very, very deep. And it goes to the root of this definitional issue: the nation, the state, the region. I'm always embarrassed when I hear somebody like our Nobel laureate, Professor Wole Soyinka, as fluent as he is in both languages, Yoruba and English, be referring to Nigeria as the Nigerian nation. And I say to myself, what then is the Yoruba and the Igbos? Are these tribes? Tribes? What makes a tribe as distinct from a nation? The Welsh at 1.2 million are a nation.
Mm-hmm.
The Yoruba at 50+ million are a tribe. The Scots at 3 million are a nation. The Igbos at 40 million are a tribe. You almost do not need to go any further to appreciate the nonsense that is at large. But it's all a process and a product of what we have been taught, where our brains have been wired such that we don't even stop and think, what are we saying? Yoruba tribe? And then we talk about regions. You see, the difference between a nation and whether you call it a state or call it a region is one is organic. It is organic. The nation is organic. Nobody sits down and makes it. Whereas this, whether you call it a state, there may be a coincidence between the nation and the state, but they're not one and the same. There may be a coincidence between the nation and a region if a nation composes the whole of the region, but the region is an artificial concept. It is arbitrary. They sit down and say, where should we draw the lines? Who should we put inside? That is how these entities are created. Yoruba is a nation because nobody sat down to say, we will give these people this language, we will give them this area to call their homeland, and we will give them this label called Yoruba. You see, the tragedy of our education system is this. When I think about all the PhDs, all the first-class honors, I don't celebrate first-class honors any longer. You know, when the these posts come around and say, oh, this young person is attained first class honors at Oxford, Cambridge. I don't care. Why do I not care? Because it is vanity. The education, the real education, is wisdom. Wisdom. What I find in our education system, this is why it's taken us so long to get to the root of what is wrong, is that our education system encourages us to reproduce in good faith. And the more precise and accurate our reproduction is, it conforms to what we were given. And if we can return it wholly, undiluted, then we get first class honors. It is like, I use the analogy of consuming rice and eating pounded yam.
Mm-hmm.
Rice, because education is like, it comes in many grains, you have to chew it.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot just swallow it, as you say, one ukele of pounded yam. That one you swallow. But rice, you must chew. Education, you get the best of it when you chew over the information that you have been given. And this is what our education system was deliberately programmed away from that. It was programmed towards swallowing the okele of information that we were given without chewing it, whereas it's actually rice, where you must chew it, process it before you now swallow it. Why am I saying this? Is because we've been going around in circles. If we miss the fundamental of the distinction between a nation, and some people are calling Nigeria a nation, rather than recognizing the artificiality of the construct, that this came from the Berlin Conference of 1884. How many of us know that the 140th anniversary of the Berlin Conference is November 15th, coming up, 2024? Because it was on November the 15th, 1884. It was actually a Saturday that the world leaders sat around a grand dining table in Berlin. The German Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck, was a generous host. On the dinner table, about to be carved, was the continent of Africa and its peoples. Who were the dinner guests? The heads of states of countries with claims to different parts of the continent. Britain, France, Portugal, Spain, Belgium, and Italy. You see, those ones reserved to themselves the label of nation. And who were the supporting acts? Their counterparts. So those ones were the principal diners: Britain, France, Portugal, Spain, Belgium, and Italy. Their escorts at the dinner, around the dinner table, were the following: the leader of Austro-Hungarian Empire, the Union of Sweden and Norway, the leader of Denmark, the leader of the Netherlands, the leader of Turkey, of the United States of America, and Tsarist Russia. This was the Berlin Conference, with us on the dining table to be sliced and carved up. It was on February the 26th, 1885, that the conference closed. They passed something called the General Act of Berlin. And you know what the effect of that General Act of Berlin was when they sealed it at that dinner table on the 26th of February? That one sounded the death knell for the thousands of African nations that had been evolving at their own pace. They died effectively on the 26th of February, 1885. Now, Professor Adeboye said earlier that we're not asking for much. We're not asking for what we're not entitled to. What we're asking for is the renewal of our ancient heritage, the renewal of those nations that they sought to bury on the 26th of February, 1885. It was a mass burial. It was a mass burial of thousands of African nations who are now to be given new names and lumped together to form new identities. In the case of Nigeria, it was this 1878 that the Selborne Committee, so it was 1898 that the Selborne Committee, a committee of Englishmen, including George Goldie, met in London here. That was our first constitutional conference. I laugh when people say that Nigeria was made by God or Nigerians was made by Nigerians. I said, when the first constitutional conference actually took place around June 1898, before Nigeria was born on the 1st of January, 1900. That's where they sat down and said, how many governing units shall we have? 1 or 2? What arrangements should be made for the governance of these governing units that we're going to have? And they decided that there should be 2, Northern Nigeria and Southern Nigeria. And they decided that the Northern Nigeria one should be, the governor must always be a soldier. Not a civilian. This was the origin of military rule, the real source of it, the root of it. It was specified in what was effectively the constitution for Northern Nigeria. This is 1898, that whoever is the governor of Northern Nigeria must be a soldier, even if the incumbent is absent. Whoever is standing in on his behalf must be a soldier. I mentioned the Berlin Conference and this 140th anniversary because we are actually in the Fatherland Group planning a major event to mark this 140th anniversary, because it's taken us too long to learn the lesson from Berlin and to appreciate the fact that those lessons are still with us. It is the roots of the problem. And every problem must be tackled from the roots. I was listening to a speech given by Captain Ibrahim Traore, the current military ruler of Burkina Faso earlier today. And this is what he said. This continent has suffered so much and continues to suffer because of imperialism. He said Africa, to them, is the empire of slaves. He said since the 1960s, they have placed their local valets at the head of governance. And he introduced a term that I hadn't heard before. He said they are using the slaves of Salom. The slaves of Salom. I had to go and check, what is this slaves of Salom concept? He said the slaves of Salom, they want to live like the master. They want to satisfy the master. He said they steal and plunder our states and bring everything to the master. And they keep their wealth with the master. Apparently, the slaves of Salom translates to what we've historically referred to as house slaves. That's what it translates to. So he correctly identified that this thing has been going on since the so-called independence. Now, as I said there, that we're not in control. This is the lesson that has taken us too long to learn. And a student that is too slow is a problem unto himself and a problem unto anybody dependent upon them. Taking too long to understand what needs to be understood. So as I said, that's first constitution of ours dates back to 1898, before Nigeria was born. One of the issues that we were deliberating was, what should we call this place? And one of the names that was being proposed in honor of George Goldie was that it should be called Goldizia. Goldizia.
Like Rhodesia.
Like Rhodesia. The only reason we're not called Goldesians as we speak is because Goldie did not want that publicity. He was a private guy. He did not want the publicity. Otherwise, that's what we would have been called. I will share with you another revelation. This one hit me just the other day, that I said to myself, God, we really do not know. It's because I'm working on the new book. It's nearly ready. Now we know that Goldie's company, the Royal Niger Company, sold the Nigeria that it had built and constructed, sold it to the British government. That is how Nigeria was born on 1st of January, 1900. And we know that the price that the British government paid was £865,000 in those days. But that is not the end of the story, because, and this one, as I said, only hit me the other day. I had gone to the Hansard reports. The Hansard is, for those who do not know, is the official record of the debates in the House of Commons. And I checked the Hansard reports on what was called the Royal Niger Company Bill, the bill by which the acquisition was to be effected. And I studied the debates, and there was one MP who was concerned that the 865,000 was too much that they were being ripped off, that it was 419. Because he looked at the balance sheet of the company and said, look, where are the assets? There are no assets in this place. Why are we paying 865,000 for the thing? And he was seeking to say that the money should be cut down to 600,000. He now introduced something else, very, very important. He pointed to a clause in the acquisition agreement. What did that clause say? It said that for 99 years from the date of completion, let's keep in mind that the date of completion was the date of birth of Nigeria, 1st of January 1900, that for 99 years from that date, in addition to the 865,000 pounds, the Royal Niger Company will be entitled to 50% of all royalties on all minerals discovered in Nigeria. 50% of all royalties on all minerals found in Nigeria. Now, it did not take long for that clause to start enriching the shareholders of the Royal Niger Company, who are now, by the way, Unilever. Because the oil was now found in 1908. Bitumen had been found in 1907. And I started Googling to check what are the other minerals that Nigeria has that this clause were attached to. And it is almost infinite. And that clause, 99 years. So it expired only in 1999. We do not, it's almost like the song that the English football fans sing at the referee. When he gets things wrong, they start singing, you do not know what you're doing. You don't know what, you don't know what you're doing, is what they start singing. And we must sing that to ourselves. We do not know what we are doing because they have shut the learning and the information away from us. Now, coming forward to the current dribble that they're landing on us, with all the policies that are punishing our people. What should be a rich country? What should be a comfortable peoples are being squeezed mercilessly. We knew that whether it was Tinubu, whether it was Obi, that it wasn't going to, the result will be the same. Because the house that's built on fraud can only produce fraudulent outcomes. We knew that that so-called constitution was not a constitution. Why? Because a constitution is made by the people to control the governments. It cannot be, a constitution cannot be a document that is made by those in power, those in office, to control themselves. That is a license, not a constitution, and is a license for impunity. When those in government make the document that is supposed to control their conduct, as opposed to a constitution which is made by the people to control the government. A fundamental difference. So when they put in we the people, it was a gross act of fraud. And there's a principle in law to the effect that fraud unravels all. Once fraud is an element in an agreement, the whole agreement falls down, collapses. because it is tainted. It unravels all. You can't repair it. You can't say you want to snip some elements out of it. It poisons the whole thing. And the only encouraging thing that I've heard lately is that the so-called patriots led by Anyoku are now acknowledging that the 1999 fraud cannot continue and that our people need and must have a new constitutional arrangement. Now, I'm not applauding Anyoku for that at all. And I'll tell you why. Because I was with Chief Anthony Enahoro when Chief met him in early, around 2002. We in the Movement for National Reformation had drafted an alternative constitution for a restructured Nigeria, which then became the Pronaco Constitution.
Mm-hmm.
But in the early form, I recall I was there in person. There were three of us. One of my colleagues, myself, and Chief Enauru went to meet Anyoku in his office when he was then the Commonwealth Secretary General and presented him with that document to say this is the constitutional settlement that our people need. It was a federation of nations.
Mm-hmm.
Federation of nations, renewing our ancient heritage.
Mm.
He had that copy since 2002 when that document came out. So how am I to begin to applaud him now? For him to be saying that Nigeria needs a new constitution. You knew that all the while. Where were you? This is what I mean by it's taken us too long. And it's taken us this long because there are people who are actively working against our progress from within. People who are comfortable with the offices that they've been given and the crumbs that they're enjoying from the high table, who have no sense of the responsibility to posterity, who are happy for us to continue as handicapped, physically and intellectually. They pretend that they care, but all that they care for is their vanity. So, coming back to where we started, the only authentic governance model are the nations. This is how we were before the colonial Confucianists came to cause the chaos, that they sat around that Berlin table to plan, to mangle. They came to mangle what we had. And it is mangling when you join limbs from different persons together, such that the Yoruba are cut between Republic of Benin and Yoruba land proper, or Nigeria. You look to the other side, you see the people of British Cameroon, who also straddle the Nigeria divide. The people of Ambazonia, trapped as an English-speaking minority in French-speaking states. They've had long enough to own up, but it is not their responsibility. It is our responsibility to understand what the true game is. I always say that I started with pounded yam. When people say that something is, you can see I was a village boy raised in the village with my grandmother. And we had pounded yam morning, noon, and afternoon. No, morning, noon, and evening. And I have something called what I call the pounded yam theory of revolution. When you want change and the change looks impossible, cast your mind back to, and it must be pure pounded yam. It cannot be poundo. It must be the authentic stuff. And likewise, your mission must be authentic and pure. When they put the pounded yam on your plates, it looks huge and impossible for you to finish.
Oh,
But take the first okele. Take the first okele. Then take the next one, and you will see a miracle beginning to unfold. By the time you get to the end, in fact, you're even embarrassed, are you not? Because you are the ones who are making noise before that you can't finish this thing. And the embarrassment then causes you to say, let me just leave something on the plate just to validate what I was saying before that it was too much. But you knew in your heart of hearts that even the one that's left, you're ready to let it. It is that pounded yam theory of revolution that will bring the change that we desire. That's the nations, that we must have them back. If the British can do their Brexit, we must have our nations back. Now, I've spoken before about the Orange Union. I know that given the mess that they've thrown us into, that you cannot simply jump from where you are to ideally where you want to be. You must be pragmatic. The Orange Union gives us the best of both. It gives us our ethnic groups back and restores us to a degree of sanity, where we're no longer looking for a Superman who can be all things to all people. Because when you look for a Superman who can be all things to all people, as we have been doing, you end up with what I regard as the lowest common denominator. The one who will offend no one. The one who try to be everything to everybody and therefore nothing to anybody. You end up with the so-called leaders that we've had, and they're all the same. That's why the country is in the same trajectory of down, down, down. Look at the exchange rates. That is your benchmark. And I want us to be inspired by this last thought. They had reduced China and the Chinese to a tribe as well. The same colonial Confucianists had parceled China just as they parceled Africa. And I always tell people that if China had not broken free, would the world today have witnessed the miracles that we see China producing? They will have just remained as colonial subjects, and the glory and their resources will have been carried away for the magnificence of the colonial Confucianists. So China breaking away is what has made the Chinese miracle possible. It is when we take the shackles off our feet that they left on since Berlin, 140 years now. Those shackles have been there. They claimed that they left in 1960, but as Captain Ibrahim Traore said, they left their valets in charge. When we take those shackles off and produce, as we must now, produce a constitution to be made by our people, then our genius and our magnificence will become manifest. Let me stop there because I'm only introducing the discussion, and we're here to learn from each other. Olotu, I'll hand you back at this point.
Olotu.
I think she's probably taking a tea break.
No, she went to my gun. Olotu àgbúrò yín o.
I see a hand up. Otumba, go
Baba
ahead.
B, why don't you take a charge?
Yeah, I might as well. I think I just heard her. No, that's Otumba Oseni. Okay, well, thank you very much, Barrister Dele Ogun. We really appreciate your talk, and it's very, very stimulating to hear you. I've been doing this since 2000, was it 2000, 2001? Thank you very, very much. Now, in view of what you said, I wonder if there are individuals. I personally don't have any comments because I do agree with you. Are there others on the forum who have questions? Is that a note you?
Oyefule, please forgive me.
No.
Olówó ẹni kì í rorò kó ní ká má ṣu ìdílé àní dúró nì. No. Mo lọ dọ́gbọ́n sí ni.
Okay. You're back, so go ahead
yeah,
now.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. But I was thinking that the Amoye will have their own perspective about this important topic. To follow Barrister Dele Ogun, especially Baba Amoye, and if so, I don't want to go away from them if they have something to say. I don't want to like.
Olotu.
Yes, sir.
Today is a glorious day.
Whoa.
And it's a glorious day because of the kind of assignment that we can all choose to carry out. I hope that Barrister Dele Ogun's presentation was recorded. Because in his presentation, he talked about the roots of our problem. And if we don't approach the roots, the solution from the roots, we are not going to get anywhere.
Yes.
In fact, he was saying in English what his mind was saying in Yoruba. Tẹ́gbẹ̀sì bá korò, tegbòtegbò là á wá. That's what our people say. He went to the root of all of our problems, say dating back from 1884, the very year that my father was born, and to now. Let me first of all thank him so much, and then introduce my own little vocabulary. My vocabulary says, or my use of the English language says, there is a major difference between schooling and education. They are not unconnected. Education begins almost before the child is born. Because what you are trying to do is to give that child life and living. So you don't wait until 5 years later to send him to school before you teach him how to eat, how to. In fact, the child comes already knowing how to eat. By the time the child is born, he knows how to nurse. Then we teach other things, a little hygiene, a little this, a little that. And then when we get to the level of teaching that can be mass produced, then we send it to school. Especially when what they are teaching in school is much more than the average family can deliver. Barrister Dele Ogun has shown us the product of schooling and the social wisdom that makes schooling metamorphose into higher education. That's what we have witnessed. We can learn a whole lot of things in school, but if we don't meet social morality, a whole bunch of other things, it doesn't amount to education, it just amounts to quote and unquote book knowledge. It is extremely important if we are going to solve our problem to go to the roots. How do we go to the roots when our problems are written and translated and transmitted in a language that was never spoken at our cradle? So it is important, I believe, and I'm going to be partly responsible. I'm going to play my part to translate what the presentation into Yoruba. Why? I'm doing the translation. In English is that there are millions of our people who must get the message that Dr. Dirogu is presenting, but they cannot get it in the language that he has presented it, and he could not have presented it here in any other language than English. It's part of the imperial confusion. However, his choice of China as an example of a people who recovered from imperial confusion is based, his choice is apt. Ability of China to do what it did is based upon return to their own culture. It's Confucianism, a philosophy that is identified tightly with China, that allows them to go back and recover themselves. I come to a painful point. I come to a very painful point. I lost a son 2 years ago. He was the one who, when he was about 10 years old, asked me why I want Black people or Yoruba to be respected. By who? For what? I said, what do you mean? He said, you cannot ask for a shadow to be respected. You can only respect substance. You can only respect substance. He said, you pride yourself in speaking only their language, wearing kaftan, Allahu Akbar, or English, or whatever. You do everything, whether you know it or not, or notice or not, or excuse it one way or not, to ape them. Almost literally giving your complexion, you are their shadow.
Mm.
And then you turn around and say the substance should recognize the shadow.
Yes, very much.
It's a painful thing for me because ó ṣe á jẹ́ pé bàbá ni ọmọ sọ ọ̀rọ̀ nǹkan tó ọmọ rẹ̀ ṣe tó sọ. But
ṣé òótọ́ wà nù ń tó sọ? Ìyẹn ni.
òótọ́
I mean,
pọ̀
is there any truth there?
òótọ́ pọ̀ nù tó sọ mi ò sì fẹ́ máa gbé mi lémi nìkan. I want to share it. That's why I'm asking that we individually should aspire to take the historic data that Dr. Dele Ogun has given us and translate it for the benefit of our people. Ṣé gbọ̀ngàn ni wọ́n wà lọ ní ìsìn tí wọ́n mọ̀ sọ̀rọ̀ bá a ṣe máa ṣe nǹkan tí wọ́n mọ̀ fọ òyìnbó èèyàn mélòó ni nǹkan tí wọ́n mọ̀ sọ yé ní gbọ̀ngàn? I'm talking of gbọ̀ngàn of traditional kings. Kì í ṣe àwọn tó ti sá lọ sí Èkó, tó ti sá lọ sí Amẹ́ríkà, tó ti sá lọ sí Ìgbà, tó ti sá lọ sí àwọn, but the majority of gbọ̀ngàn people are still there. And if we want them to be participants in our renewal, àti ẹni kí wọ́n lọ ṣe referendum kí wọ́n dìbò, ó yẹ kí nǹkan tó bá ń ṣe ó yé wọn ká mọ̀ tó dojú wọn kò rún alẹ́. And that's why I am very, very, very delighted to listen to and understand, as I think I do, the presentation by Barrister Dele Ogun and the importance of it in terms of detailed translation, is importance of spreading it to our own people so that we don't continue to do to our people what other people did against them, keeping them put loose and ignorant and acting for them without their understanding, let alone their permission. That's where I am. Now, as to the reality of Nigeria, Nigeria is a place that is not a nation, let alone a nation state. It cannot be a nation because of what Barrister Dele Ogun has just stated. But if you look at Wikipedia and you go to nation state, it makes it eminently clear that a nation state is a political unit where the state, that is the apparatus of government, is put over a political organization is over a population within a territory, and the nation is a community based upon common identity. When those two things are congruent, that is the nation and the state, the nation as defined and the state as defined, when they are identical, that's when you have a nation state. So Nigeria is not a nation state. Nigeria is not a nation because we don't have common identity. Nigeria is a place where political structure was imposed on several nations simultaneously without their permission. So the only thing I can allow is that Nigeria is a what? State or a country, but not a nation, and not yet a nation state, and can never be a nation state because of lack of common identity, but it can be a country. And what we are worried about is how to make the country work for its constituents. It must work for the nation. Surely, we cannot make any manner of progress whatsoever. It's almost like we are fools or we are slaves. It's not almost, we are slaves anyway, until we liberate ourselves intellectually and otherwise. that until we are able to do that, we are looking up to other people and other powers. Barasadele Ogudi didn't say this, but I'm going to say it for him. The man with the gun is the majority. And once the man with the gun becomes the majority in alleged democratic processes, then what? That man, and I'm using anthropological man, doesn't have to be male, has the power of definition. It is the power of definition that European powers assumed that makes us speak not only their language literally, but even foolishly with the meaning that they allow. And help us to build a nation. What nation? Where no man is oppressed. Ever since that affair, almost everybody has felt oppressed. Everybody has been abused. We do not have security in our land. In those days, I used to go from one town to another. Anytime that talk about today, I remember many nights when I came to Gwangan from Ibadan in the middle of the night. Peaceful. Because the people were in charge of maintaining peace. Àwọn ọlọ́dẹ, àwọn nǹkan ò tí ì dàrú bó ṣe dà nísìnyí. Try that now. Aago mẹ́rin bá ti lù òǹkàlùkù tí kò gbálé.
Yes.
Let us find how to recover. We cannot allow millions of people on a continent to waste away intellectually, psychologically, emotionally, and everything, to waste away, and the only thing we can do about it, or the only thing we do not do about it, is to run. Run physically, japa, or run psychologically by looking for only those solutions that they allow, rather than the solutions that will improve the quality of life of your people. Our people go to school, they get a standard 6 exam and school certificate and BS and PhD, PWD, and don't do anything that can really amount to production of goods and services. Because confusion that imperialism created, you know, but he lost in school, lè ṣiṣẹ́ ọwọ́. Then ìwọ tó ò lọ sí school gan, fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́ ọwọ́ mọ́, nígbà tí àwọn yòókù lórí méjì ni. And so on and so forth. Now, as to politics, let me emphasize that the politician has vested interest, especially elected politician. Only nǹkan tó wá débẹ̀, and it wasn't because it was going to benefit the lives of the people. There is since the 1800s, since after the Berlin Conference, European powers have found it necessary to recruit collaborators to help to participate in the management of those territories for their benefit, for the benefit of imperial powers. George Tubman Goldie may have been modest, but he did not acquire all that territory to sell to somebody else by being decent. Indeed, modest and decent are different things. Indeed, the Royal Niger Company, which you identify with Unilever, which I identify with United Africa Company, AJ Tangalakis, Patterson's companies, and all of those other things. They are continuation of the apparatus of the slave trade when they were taking as commodities human beings to send somewhere else to go and serve and die in some other land. When that ended, the same ships, the East Africa Company, the East India, whatever, that transformed into gradually it became the Royal Niger Company that Tubman Gourdi was heading, and then sold to a bunch of imperialists called, I mean, for, did you say £865,000? Whatever they are, àti wà lẹ́nu kíní yìí ti pẹ́. Àti wà lẹ́nu kíní yìí ti pẹ́. Àìmọ̀kànmọ̀kàn. Ní ìbẹ̀kùn sàárẹ̀ jẹ́. We have been having fun, wearing body shoes, demonstrating that we have come individually because we don't understand the problem. We don't understand the problem because we didn't learn anything about the problem. There was no avenue for learning. So, Barrister Adelogun will forgive us because not all of our lack of learning is willful. Much of it is lack of availability of what to learn. Barrister Adelogun, I went to a high school in Ibadan, and it was one of the quote-unquote best high schools in Nigeria, if not in the world. Government College Ibadan, in my time. What did I learn? I never learned the history of Yoruba. I never learned the history of Nigeria. I never learned the history of Africa. But I sure learned Australia and New Zealand and Canada and United States. I knew the Niagara Falls from a distance. I knew England. In fact, I knew the world outside of Africa. The first history book I read in 1958 was called Today Through Yesterday. It took me all over Europe, all over Asia. I knew the Aryans and the Chinese and whatever. I never knew a dot about it. And I went to the best high school, so they said, one of the best in the land. The only opportunity I had before they collected the books, because keep àwọn ìwé wa. Bàbá ti parí class 2, wọ́n á gbàwé yẹn wá lọ kọ́ wọn ọmọ class 2 ọdún tí ń bọ̀. Ṣé ń gbọ́? Owó wa la fi rà o. So I'm going to shut up because everything I've been saying so far, I think probably is understood now. But I'm merely expressing appreciation, full and deep appreciation for the presentation that Barrister Adelogun has given us.
Thank you, Baba. Thank you so much. For people who are just coming in, this is Yoruba Gbode. What we are looking at today on this program, we are looking at things in the supposedly nation or state where we are. How did we get here and where are we going? Baba mentioned something very important about Barrister Adelogun's presentation. Baba said, if we don't get to the root, we won't be able to do the correction. Now, what exactly is the root? Where are we coming from? Dókítà Olopolo, you are next. Amoye Yoruba Gbode, where are you? You are next. We want to listen to you before I go back to Barrister Dele Ogun. I know I'm going to call Barrister Engineer Agba. Well, I might as well call him Barrister because it's the way Baba Bankole talks sometimes. He was ready to be an attorney for Otumba Olabode Hussaini anytime. Dr. Biyoye Fule, you are next, sir.
Esheo, thank you very much, Olotu. Even though mo ti sọ earlier ni pé we shall do so. I've said it earlier ni pé Barrister Ogun did a thorough job, but I'm going to also piggyback on what Professor Adeboye said. He said the man with the gun is the majority. Kosirombe. The man with the gun is the majority, but he's not going to share that gun with you.
No.
And that gun is not only the physical rifle or revolver he carries, it also includes a knowledge. It's not going to teach you your history. Your history is not worth knowing because before he came in, you had no history, according to him.
Yeah.
It's not going to enlighten you. A man trying to deceive you is not going to tell you the truth. He's going to lie to you. He's going to insist on teaching you and your children that you should continue to be a shadow of him.
Long about.
And a shadow and an object are two separate things. It depends on the distance of the light to the object and the length of the shadow of the object to the to where the shadow is going to fall. It can manipulate it. It can make it small. It can make it large. And that's exactly what the imperialists have done to us. I was telling somebody last time that in 1966, I read a book. The title was The Essay of an Atheist. And this rascal convinced a 1966, a 15-year-old boy that he was inferior. In fact, it went to the shape of the head. West African Negroes have sloping forehead. Blacks in general have smaller head. Even our dark skin is a sign of inferiority. And this got me thinking. I grew up in that era where everybody wanted to go to England. Everybody wanted to associate with white folks. To the party, we had idealized them. And that's part of the gimmick they played on us. And for a week or two, I was sick, physically sick after reading the book. And later I came to find out these rascals were just playing with our intelligence. How can an inferior person run a nation except the nation is run through them?
Mm-hmm.
And it's run by people they individually picked. Awolowo cannot run a nation. He's a Negro. He's not competent. But remember, Awolowo did better for Western region than any of their prime minister did for them in England. People like Sadauna, people like Balewa were more competent. So they intentionally rigged the Nigerian election of 1959 and made sure that those guys won. To the way they wanted to use them as tools. So Lara, part of the fact that the man with the gun is the majority. So he controlled the knowledge, he controlled everything. And it's our responsibility right now to make sure that we undo as many of those damages as we can.
Fast.
We are all suffering from PTSD. I want you to know that. Post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes.
And there's nowhere in the Black world where you wouldn't find it. The Chinese had it also until their Cultural Revolution. Eleti Mao started 49 to go into this in the 50s into the 60s.
Yeah.
They unshackle themselves, and we have to unshackle ourselves. We must unshackle ourselves. We have been fooled for too long. We've been made fools of for too long. We've been made fools of for too long. Brings to mind one of the ways some make fool of us to might denigrate our culture and our tradition. There was I also read a book around 1966 to describe our Ekiti. The Ekiti man is a squat, muscular individual. He works very hard, but it's of very little intelligence.
Ah!
The first Ekiti man who went to University of London, who call back first class in the department here. One error it's just it's just clinical. Another younger Ekiti man went to Cambridge, only call back first class in the department here. So Ekiti badge of that low intelligence. I want to be part of it. To mute yourself, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So if making first class within their system, the side of lack of intelligence, I also want to lack that intelligence. They just lie to us. They lie to us. So thank you very much for bringing some of these things to the forefront. And our activists demand so Aluta continua.
I'm Victoria Asata.
Lagbara Olong. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. B. Oyefule. I'm grateful for one of the things that spoke to me when you were talking is about the way they bash, if I'm allowed to use that verb, our language, language and culture. They did that to our language and our culture. And guess what? They are now coming back. They are now coming back to embrace our language, embrace our culture. For what?
A bunch of idiots.
A lot of people will say, oh, I can see Kayode Oyinbo speaking English. I can see Titilayo Oyinbo speaking English. They are excited, but guess what? My own daughter, who was born and raised here, 34 years of age, and she didn't know, she wasn't close to Yoruba language and culture, except with me and the Egbe Omo Yoruba, until she was 18. She was the only one that said, what are you happy about?
Bullshit.
These people who call you slave, they are learning your language. They're coming back again. They use another way to colonize you.
Exactly.
This is second slavery. And before we finish our program that day, when I was telling our people that, oh, this is what this youngster told me. Before we finish, my own people were asking Kayode Oyinbo if he can teach their children Yoruba language. I cried. So we are sitting on thorns and we have been there for long. I'm going to be back. I'm going to call Barrister Dele Ogun again. But before I'm going to do the cycling, I'm going to finish the cycling with the Amoye. I'm going to call Engineer Baba Logbomosho to give his own submission on this presentation and what we have been talking about all day. Baba Logbomosho.
Yeah, Barrister Dele Ogun, you've done a very good job. It's been very insightful, everything that you have laid bare to us today. Some of them are new, some of them are not new, but a reiteration which really drives it home. Thank you very much. I have one question. You said that the colonizers, when they were living and when they were drafting the Constitution, required that the governor in the North must be a soldier. Yeah, please, I will want some explanation on why. That's number one. Number two is, we all know that the Constitution that they drafted for us is a fraud. How come for over 100 years, nobody went to court? Because I remember last year or early this year, we had a case where some civil servants and some politicians in Nigeria connived with a company, P&ID, to defraud Nigeria. And the penalty was in the billions of dollars against Nigeria. The only thing that saved Nigeria was that whole contract was based on fraudulent disposition. That was the only thing that saved us from that. And because it was fraudulent, the International Court of Justice, or wherever they went, agreed that no, a fraudulent contract cannot stand in the law courts. So they dismissed that. So why hasn't anybody gone to court, or have people gone to court and lost? I just want to know that. The third thing I want to mention is, you spoke about drafting some, I think, constitution you called it. You gave it to Baba Emeka Yauku, right? This was 2021, if I heard you right. And he didn't do anything about it, and now he's calling for restructuring and a new constitution. Well, this is not strange to me. You know, the colonizers, because of the disdain they had for Yorubas, and it was really apparent. And it wasn't just Yorubas, it was because of the person who led us in those days. They had this hatred for him to the extent that they would not entrust anything to us. And it got to a time where, when the two other partners, especially one of them, saw that they were at an advantage because they read more than the Northerners, they held more positions, and we, as Yorubas, had been taken out of the equation in those days. So they thought the country belonged to them. So this is why if you gave anything to Pa Emeka Anyaoku for anything, he won't do anything on it. Because at that time, they saw Nigeria as their own. They had advantage. They had every opportunity. They had the privilege to control everything then. Until now. It is now that when they look back at, the benefit of hindsight tells them that, oh, we should have done this. Was it not the same people who said there could be no secession clause in the Constitution? Now, who's suffering most for it? It was the same people who changed what used to be federal government, or what do you call it? Federation to unitary government. So when you spoke about Anyaoku and people like him, it doesn't surprise me that they did not act then. But now it's coming to bite them. They're the ones that are suffering most. I know Yorubas suffer too, but they suffer a lot because of all these things. Thank you. I want you to answer my those 2 questions, please. Thank you very much for your job. Well done.
Thank you, sir. Olotu, would you like me to deal with them now or wait in case there are other questions to be dealt with?
I think we should just take care of this and so that we know that it's completely out of our way.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Why soldiers in the north? Why was the order in council? Because that's what it was called. It was the order in council that's for the protectorate of northern Nigeria. Why did it specify that the leader must be a soldier at all times? The reason is that the way the British colonized the north was very different from the way they colonized southern Nigeria. Southern Nigeria colonization started much earlier. You recall when they took Lagos, that was 1861. So it was a process of gradual takeover. They were relying largely on soft power, trade relations to get close to us, missionaries, establishing schools, establishing churches. And the reason they took the soft power approach was not because they liked us particularly. It's because the geographical terrain of southern Nigeria with its rainforests, etc., meant that if they tried to take by force, they knew that they would lose. And why do I say that? What makes me confident that that was their reasoning is because they had lost in similar circumstances. They had lost in Haiti after Toussaint Louverture. The revolutionary leader in Haiti had defeated the French slavers on the island and abolished slavery. They lied to say that they were the ones who abolished slavery. It was Toussaint who abolished it outright, immediately, totally.
That's right.
He unified the island, including the Spanish part. He unified it, abolished slavery completely. Now, the British now tried to take Haiti from Toussaint. So William Pitt, the younger, was the prime minister at that time. And he sent a full force British army across to Haiti to try and take the island off these now self-liberated, enslaved Africans. But they lost. An army of 40-something thousand was wiped out. And it was because of the forested terrain of Haiti, malaria and everything combined to ensure their defeat, including the fighting ability of those recently enslaved. I mean, because many of these are just being shipped across to Haiti. There were a new generation enslaved from our lands. So that experience taught them that in the forested areas, it'd be like a Vietnam War. You cannot win. So that was the terrain of southern Nigeria, which forced them to take a softly civilian approach. So it was only in the closing stages that they would now use force. This is what happened in Benin. This is what happened in Yoruba land. And they used proxy war to take down Yoruba land. That Kiriji war, they were supplying weapons to both sides. You know, when we look at Ukraine, we understand what proxy war now means.
Yes.
When the weapons are just poured in. But the Americans and those supplying the weapons are safe. Just give them the weapons and the fight continues. Anyway, so that was the colonization of southern Nigeria. which meant that it was a civilian that would be the governor. Northern Nigeria was the conquest of the Sokoto Empire. The protectorate was declared on 1st of January 1900. But Sokoto at that time had not been conquered. The empire had not been conquered. Bits had started to be taken, Bida and places like that. But Sokoto itself was not attacked until 1903.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it was possible for them to attack Sokoto head-on for two reasons. Firstly, the Maxim gun was now available. The second one, more importantly, is that area is open terrain, it's not forested. So it was easier to now line their own troops up and just using a machine gun, fight them head on. Something that is being constructed by force within a shorter time frame, because as I said, the conquest of the South started from, in fact, immediately on the back of abolition of the slave trade and slavery, 1833. The process began. That's when they started sending the missionaries in for the reconnaissance. But Northern Nigeria, they could just blast it. So they left it until the protectorate was declared, 1st of January 1900. By 1903, in fact, the war against the Fulani only took, Sokoto fell within 24 hours. 24 hours, it was down, gone. So having acquired it by force, you needed a soldier to hold it down by force. Mm-hmm. And that's why it had been prescribed in the order in council that it must be a soldier. You had held it by force. It's only by force you're going to keep it. The second question about why do we not go to courts and the PNID case? As a trial lawyer, as a practicing lawyer here, I know how the legal system works. Political cases, you always have to say who's going to judge the case. Because whoever appoints the judge dictates the outcome. It's like programming. You know, our children now in that new career of what they call programming. As you write the program, it dictates what you're going to get on the other side. Mm-hmm. So it's those in charge of the courts, the administrators, the Lord Chancellor's department. If a political case comes through, they'll be the ones who decide which judges. And if they know that Dele Ogun is a very radical guy, then you know that certain cases you do not push in his direction. Right. But there'll be others, like who's that one that they gave us as a Chief Justice of Nigeria, who did not know the basics of law. I called him Technicality Tanko. when he was asked to define a legal technicality. In fact, he wasn't even asked. He volunteered to define a legal technicality and proceeded to tell us that so if something is technical, it means it's a technicality. I said, wonderful. Telling us about that he, Tanko, that if he was asked to drive a plane, I said, he said, that is something very technical. I was just holding my head and said, oh my gosh. This one that we would not employ as a security guard in my law firm is the Chief Justice of the country. So political cases, you have to start from who's going to be the judge. PNID was different. PNID was a international commercial arbitration. It started off as. And the dispute was, what was the proper seat of the arbitration? They 419'd us because the seat of the arbitration was supposed to be Nigeria. But the arbitrators bent the rules. Again, it goes to my point about who are the judges. They bent the rules to make sure that the seat will be construed as London, so that the Oyinbo judges could take ownership of the litigation. The only reason why we escaped because the award had reached $9 billion US, we were required to hand over $9 billion US, with interest running at $1 million a day. The only reason we won, in inverted commas, is not because of law as such or legal principle. It was politics. Because the furore that was going to be created if we had to hand over 9 billion, it panicked the British legal system, that it will be the end of the arbitration process in circumstances where the evidence showed that this P&ID case had no substance. It did not have any office, or the P&ID company had no office, no staff, not even a website. But by virtue of the shenanigans and the fraud, had been awarded this contract, and it was standing to collect the princely sum of $9 billion US from us. And they knew that it would cause a stink in the international arbitration world. That's why when they went to the high courts, they felt obliged to rule that the level of fraud that became manifest in evidence was such that the award could not be upheld. The third point was about the Anyoku and the constitution that I mentioned. It was actually not 2021, it was 2002. I started drafting that constitution for Chief Anahuru in the year 2000, because the Economist magazine, in their Millennium edition, had published a draft constitution for what they call the United States of Europe. The Economist was trying to push Europe in the direction of a federation of nations. And I used that template. I showed it to Chief, and I said, well, Chief, what we need to do, all this restructuring tool, the people need to see what it would look like. And so we need to draft the constitution, like the Economist has done. They've shown what the United States of Europe will look like. And he said, who's going to draft it? I said, well, I can. And so that's how the first draft was produced. And then with his guidance, in terms of what's more he wanted in there, that we produced that constitution for a restructured Nigeria that was to create a federation of ethnic groups. And it was 2002 that the document was ready. In fact, bear with me a second. This is the document.
Okay. I'm trying to okay.
That is the document.
Okay. Okay. This is what I was doing.
You've seen it. Restructuring Nigeria, a power-sharing constitution for the Union of Nigeria. You can see MNR 2002 at the bottom.
Yeah.
This is what was given to Anyoku.
Okay.
By Anahuru. And when he was Commonwealth Secretary General, they did nothing with it. The other issue was the exclusion of the Yoruba. You see, the British feared two groups in particular, the Yoruba one and the Hausa two. The fear of the Yoruba was largely based on the education system. Because as I said, the formula for colonization of the South was soft power, education.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that by virtue of the status of Lagos, they took Lagos first. So the education started to penetrate from that Abeokuta, Lagos axis before it really reached other parts of the South. And we were producing graduates very early. And the educated mind is a dangerous mind.
Yeah.
Very difficult to control. And so...
If it's not browbeating.
Yes, sir. And so what they calculated was that you never allowed the educated mind to also have mastery of the use of weaponry. And one of the big lies that they perpetrated was that the reason Yoruba are not in the army is that they are cowards. That was one of their huge lies.
Yeah.
Even though it was the Yoruba and the Hausa that they had used to conquer Sokoto, even though even though the Yoruba had just come out of 16-year-long Kiriji civil war.
Mm-hmm.
So if anybody was experiencing fighting and weaponry, it was Yoruba land. But Lugard. Yes, sir.
It was the Hausa mainly that was used to win major parts of this of World War II.
Yes.
Indeed, German Führer went to Cameroon in the mid-1940s and wanted them to bring to him Hausa people, because all the losses that he sustained were attributed to Black people confronting his army and the army of his powers. And so he said, well, when the war is over, he will want those Hausas and he will use their skin to make butter. That's how much that's how much Hausa and Yoruba had been used to conquer other unsuspecting people in Africa. So cowardice was made. Anyway, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just enjoying it.
Thank you, sir. A very helpful contribution. So the big lie that they spread was the Yoruba are cowards. That's the reason why they're not in the army. Whereas a decision was taken around 1921 after the Adubi War, because it was the Egba and the Owu people who rose against Lugard when he was seeking to introduce the system of taxation from the north. There was an uprising in 1918, full-blown war. And it was what saved the British at that time was that the First World War had just ended. So they were able to send troops back to go and face our people in that war. And that was when they decided that never again will you allow the Yoruba near the use of weapons. And that's when they deflected the Yoruba to education and away from the fighting forces. Now, coming to your last question, sir. Igbos said no secession clause, and Igbos were the ones who introduced unitary government. Now, the new book, Culprits, deals with this issue. You see, there's a lot of misunderstanding as to what really happened. I think I'll frame what I'm saying this way. I've said earlier that the very first constitution was came out of the Selborne Committee, the first constitutional conference. We were not involved. That was June 1898. The second one was the amalgamation of 1914. Now, again, there's a narrative that's been going around saying only 5 Nigerians signed the amalgamation treaty. The reality that the new book makes clear, there was no amalgamation treaty. It was an edict of King George V, signed on the 22nd of November, 1913, while seated in Windsor Castle, England, that decreed the amalgamation of North and South, Northern Nigeria and Southern. It had already been on the plan since the Selborne Committee, but they were saying not yet. They needed to get the North in shape before the amalgamation will be the. So that was the second major step in our constitutional evolution. The third one was the Clifford Constitution of 1922. Again, we were not involved. It was what they decided to do. And in the book, I explained the background to that. We then moved forward to the Richards Constitution. Again, that was an imposition. We were not involved. 1951 is when we're now having the regions. You see, 46 Richards Constitution brought the regions in because Bodilon, the governor of Nigeria from 1935 to 1943 was governor. He was the one who unilaterally now divided southern Nigeria into Eastern Province and Western Province. Nobody asked him to do it, but it was done with a view to, it's almost like the partition of the Red Sea, to allow the Egyptians to cross, or the Israelis to cross. You part the sea. And so this was the equivalent of the parting of the Red Sea. You part the waters of the south in order to allow the north to reign. That was what was behind the 1939 partition. And that was the bedrock of the 1946 Richards Constitution. Again, no Nigerians were consulted on that. 1951 was Macpherson. They had a constitutional conference. But again, our participation was peripheral. The key decisions had been made by the British. Now, the very important one that I want to mention is what is called the Littleton Constitution of 1954, because this is where the key decisions were made about secession clause.
Yes.
And the unitary system. Let me just call up from the new book that section. You see, Littleton made sure that the conference was at Lancaster House in England. Yeah. And our delegates, the Anahoros, the Zeeks, the Outlaws, all trooped to London. They had arranged for the rooms to be bugged. So whatever you were discussing, they were hearing it on the other side. Every room was bugged.
Bunch of crooks.
Now, bear with me a second, please. Aha, let me read you this section from the new book.
Thank you.
The Fulani had been dissuaded from pursuing their threat of secession by the warning that the North was landlocked, a position that could only be ameliorated if Lagos, Nigeria's greatest port and the seat of government, was made no man's land. The stakes were high. The backstory, as told to the author by the late Chief Anthony Anahuru, that's Chief telling me the backstory, was that the party's delegates had been told to hold a line that the status of Lagos was not up for negotiation or discussion, which had resulted in a frosty attitude towards them from the colonial secretary, Oliver Littleton. This all changed after Littleton invited the free regions to submit a written case on the case for Lagos, and the late Chief F.R.A. Williams, QC, broke the party line and took the bait of submitting a paper on behalf of the Western region for the retention of Lagos. The following morning, according to Enahoro, Littleton was beaming with smiles and backslapping greetings for the Western region delegates, leading Enahoro to say, quotes, "We knew we had lost Lagos." Littleton's account, this is from Littleton's own memoir. Littleton's account is as follows. To my surprise, the delegates referred the matter to the sole decision of the Secretary of State. I regarded this as a vote of confidence in my impartiality. I made it clear that if I accepted this critical task, my decision must be regarded as final without further debate. This was agreed on August the 17th. The conference decided to defer the next plenary session to the 19th to give me some time for reflection. I undertook during this pause to study the statements made upon the subject by all the political leaders and to give the matter the greatest attention. On the 19th, I announced my decision on behalf of Her Majesty's government. It was that Lagos should be separated from the Western region and should become the federal capital and its territory, federal territory. You see, many of these issues where we think is based on the information that we have. As Prof said earlier, it's not that our people did not desire to know. It's the information is what we were allowed access to within the limits of the information that's available to us. Whereas the real story is very, very different. In fact, there's a section where he said, the same Oliver Littleton, he said that Awolowo had raised the dangerous topic of secession. Let me see if I can find that quote for you. Said Awolowo had raised the dangerous question of secession. Let me find it. You see it. Earlier in London, or in fact, let me give you context and go back a little. Just 6 years prior, the Colonial Office had to abandon its plan for a unitary government for independent India and instead partition the predominantly Hindu most of India from the predominantly Muslim rest of India. And this was after having already in 1935 hived out Buddhist Burma on the grounds of incompatibility without reliance upon force. The present difficulties being worked around was a cause for secession by the North, that's Northern Nigeria, as part of the fallout from the Northern People's Congress Party's role in blocking the Action Group's motion for independence in 1956. Thus, regional government system, brokered by way of the Littleton Constitution in 1954, was only ever intended to be tactical retreat before progression forward to unitary government. The truth of Littleton's outburst that, quote, the only cement which kept the rickety structure of Nigeria together was the British, and that, quote, left to themselves, they would clearly fall apart in a few months, is evident not only in this move to head off the North's secession call, but also by Littleton's reaction at the conference to the Action Group's party's secession proposal. And I quote Littleton here. Earlier in London, Mr. Awolowo had raised a dangerous topic of whether a state in the Federation should be given the right to secede. By the usual devices of the conferencier, I had succeeded in getting this subject deferred to the closing days of the conference, when all the political leaders will be committed to every other clause of the Constitution. And then I go back to my narrative. His strength of feeling on keeping the nations locked in and resisting any suggestion of a constitutional route for secession is highlighted by the action he had taken in 1953 to depose the Kabaka of Uganda, a fellow member of the Grenadier Guards and a friend of his eldest son at Cambridge. So he had deposed that one for daring to propose secession clause. And this is where the narrative now gets engineered. This is where the narrative now brings in the character, because Azikwe's role is clear, but Azikwe is not the Igbos. Azikwe had been got hold of by the British. He had effectively become an agent. And this is what Zik said. Although blocking Awolowo's secession clause proposal was thus Littleton's agenda, his task was more than a little assisted by the NCNC party's Nnamdi Azikwe's speech. And this is what Zik said at the conference regarding the secession clause. He said, secession, peaceable secession, sir, your eyes and mine are never destined to see that miracle. The dismemberment of this vast country without convulsion, the breaking up of the fountains of the great deep without ruffling the surface. Who is so foolish, I beg everybody's pardon, as to expect to see any such thing? Sir, he who sees these states now revolving in harmony around a common center and expects to see them quit their places and fly off without convulsion may look the next hour to see the heavenly bodies rush from their spheres and jostle against each other in the realms of space without causing the wreck of the universe. There can be no such thing as peaceable secession. That was Zeke at the conference. And then I wrote, after this intervention, Littleton reported with great satisfaction that, quotes, at the end, the right of secession was not granted, and our labors at last. So what I'm saying is this, that these things happened. But what I've sought to share this evening, having gone back to the original, the genesis of Nigeria, is to show that all the key constitutional points were not our authorship. It was the British. They owned every step. But of course, even God works through human agency. And so there will be individuals on the ground, like Zeke, who they now got hold of through their intelligence services, who will now make the speeches and open the door for them to have their way with their agenda. So Lagos, no man's land, it was Littleton. Secession clause, it was Littleton. However, assisted by
Yes.
The evils.
Well, the Igbo man, rather than the Igbos. In the same way as there were, if you look at the role of my good friend's father, H.O. Davis, his own role was also questionable. And we dare not say it's the Yoruba because his own role was questionable. And his son gave me one of the best insights into the story. It's on my bookshelf here. The book is out of print now. It was written by his father in 1959. He took sabbatical, was sent to Harvard University. The book is titled Nigeria, The Prospects for Democracy. And in that book, everything that was going to happen was already in the book, written in 1959. Is essentially what they were saying was that the parliamentary system was too sophisticated for our state of development. And we need to switch to the presidential system. And we need to have a period of military rule in order to raise the economic standard and the educational standard before we could ever come back to the parliamentary system. So all that was going to happen was already foretold in that book. And it's his son who brought it to me, redeeming, by that act, he was redeeming whatever his father had done.
Wickedness.
Yes, whatever is, but it was redemption because at least now we know that the shutdown of the parliamentary system had already been forecast. It was just the excuse, the occasion that they will use. The military intervention had already been prescribed. Where we were going after the military intervention had already been laid down. It will be the presidential system, which is why when Professor Anglo Abdullahi spoke recently, he was explaining that he was a young member of the constitutional, what was the title, that they established in 1970, Constituent Assembly. Yes, in 1977 or so, that he was a member. And they were told, he said, that there should be no discussion of the parliamentary system, only presidential. And this is how we ended up with the 1979 presidential system, because unitary rule, and this is where I address your point, engineer, it wasn't that the Igbos wanted unitary rule. The unitary rule was always the agenda of the British, because it's like unitary rule is like colonial rule. It's like military is command and obey.
Yeah.
So they was taking us back to the beginning. And they're there now because the 1999 fraud is the ultimate form of unitary rule. And they use, again, the military intervention of Buhari, wearing civilian uniform, but it was actually military rule, as to midwife this new imperial system. I call it imperial because the person occupies the office. Buhari has set the template. He speaks to the people when he chooses. There's no structure as to when he's held to account. When the mood grabs him, he will come and speak. There's no fora for putting him on the spot and questioning him as we had in the parliamentary system.
Yes.
Which is why they want to get rid of that. Imagine our law facing any of them in a parliamentary system and questioning them on behalf of the people. So their plan was always unitary rule. The plan was always one Nigeria. The Selborne Committee themselves said it, that we're going to start with 2 Nigerias because we can't jump from where we are straight to one. So we're back to where we started. I hope I've addressed your point, sir.
Yeah, Barrister, I agree with you that, I mean, now that you are telling me that you are educating me, I agree that it was for planned, but they used somebody as an instrument to effect it.
Yes, yes, yes.
So I mean, that is it.
That is correct. As I said, God works through human agency. Even if what he does on it, it doesn't come and do it directly.
Olotu.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Edaku. A number of things are emerging already.
Okay.
And this is a school. That's what we think Yoruba is, an opportunity to learn. But unfortunately, there are so many things to learn, and some of them are divergent. So I want to try in a few sentences to address the reason why the Yoruba are resented by British colonialism, British imperialism. I want to go back to the fact that the British weren't doing us a favor when they abolished slavery in 1808 through some act by William Wilberforce in England. Slave trade was no longer profitable. Industrial revolution was already taking a foot, and they had enough slaves and descendants to get along with another approach to globalization. Then they started, but they didn't want any European power other than themselves to get all of the advantages. So they were going to stop all other countries that were still doing slavery. They were going to stop them. So they put their British frigates on the high seas to stop slave ships and dump the slave cargo in Sierra Leone, where they had purchased some land or where they have acquired some land. And that's where they started a school, Forabe College. And the purpose of Forabe College was to create out of repatriated slaves, if you like, and what's called to the high seas, a set of ministers, religious ministers, so that they can train them in the way of Christ to be pacifiers of the people while the goods were being taken away. Wọ́n ní ká kúnlẹ̀ ká dijú ká gbàdúrà ibi tá a ti dijú wa ni wọ́n ti kẹ́rù wa lọ. The way that they started it in the early 1800s. And the first successful student Ofurabi College was Ajayi. Ajayi, who was later on called Ajayi Crowder after some baptism. But among them were other people, like this Ogbomoso man called, who eventually got a name like Crowder, named after some British Crowder. No, not Crowder. I didn't say Crowder. I mean Macaulay. Ogbomoso man, Macaulay. Haba Macaulay's father, Reverend T.B. Macaulay. By 1859, missionaries were already all over Yoruba country, because all the people they caught, most of the people they caught and turned into ministers were Yoruba people. And they brought them back home to evangelize Christianity. And they started setting up schools as instrument of evangelization, not instrument of education. It's instrument of evangelization, catechism, and that kind of thing, so that they could pacify us. It's because they used religion, Christianity, to pacify us while they were taking the land, that we, like all intelligent people, decided to use that same process to advance ourselves by saying, okay, Baba Kasansi so to kill a fair fishy, and we have fish teacher the Abekuta, catechism, but eventually, beyond that, you want the benefits of education, of schooling will do. By the time in the 1820s, when Ajayi Crowther was already there, his grandson, Herbert Hillers Macaulay, had already seen through some of the problems that the British imperialism was creating. And that's why he was able to found political parties that says essentially that there must be some kind of university education in West Africa. And they obliged a little bit by creating the Yaba College, Yaba Higher College, but that was later on. But as things moved on, Yoruba being schooled and used for evangelization was also a two-edged sword. Okay, I'm supposed to speak English. Some of them were taken to Ile-Ife. In 1859, you can read this from the book by Banji Akitoye, where they wanted to convert the Oni of Ife, who would then convert other people. It was the missionaries that were translating whatever the Hinderer and his wife were saying. And it was the Yoruba that were retorting about what they believe. So they got into the head of Yoruba people in terms of their inside knowledge, their philosophical positions. And these are the things they wanted to rubbish. So to allow those people who had won a mighty war, getting themselves free from Fulani conquest, to allow them to have a say in governance, they have Western education, or at least Western schooling. They have their own indigenous education, which mixed with Western schooling, made them higher and above everybody else in terms of being able to confront the British. And so when the Macaulay crowd left the scene, who came back again? Your H.O. Davis, Awolowo, and another set of people. No land, no people in Nigeria outside of Yoruba had produced streams of people with ability to understand their own people and ability to understand the machinations of the imperialists. The one person who stood out, able to do some of that, was Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe. And I accept the correction of Mr. Adilogu. Don't make Azikiwe all Igbos. Indeed, the Igbo politics was created by Azikiwe rather than the other way around. Igbo politics was created by Azikiwe. Azikiwe created Igbo politics. It's not Igbo politics that created Azikiwe. So we must be very careful that the Igbos were misled, but they believed in the person misleading them, and now they don't know how to unbelieve him because they've been in it for so long. What is in it for the Yoruba? Let us take advantage of how we try to manage imperialism, how we try to manage colonialism, all backed up by the fundamentals of our culture. Because it was the fundamentals of our culture that didn't let us jump into a mess. PhD. We were always fairly careful to weigh things against the values of our own culture, and but unfortunately, we have to be very careful not to be too far astray and not to be conceited. And we all want ourselves to be what? Alert, because no era lasts forever. If we have to change course, we must find a reason to do it, and it must be in the context of a long-term goal to recover our nation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Baba. Our time is fast spent. I still want Professor Barrister Adele Ogun to talk, but I want to take some questions.
Yes.
So with that, maybe some of the things that he wants to say will come out in the question and we can save time. Thank you so much, Barrister Adele Ogun. We will soon round up as soon as we take care of the people who want to ask a question. Ọ̀túnba Hashim Olabode Oseni.
Thank you. I throw a salute to everybody. I will probably be mixing my English, German, and Pidgin.
And Awori too.
I'm sure Dele, like Dele, understands some of my word. Now, I've written a lot of points down, but the thing I want to get out from some of my mentors, some of my people who can lecture me more in law, social science, and political sciences, is it not enough case to say that the level of our spirituality, the development, can we say from beginning? I don't want to arouse one of my mentors, Professor Adrian, to say yes. Yeah, I agree. There's nothing any of them has ever said to me that I want to disagree. But I'm thinking that all along, is it not a great level of the learning? I'm talking back. I don't know how many years you want to take it back. That we have never been right from the beginning that we are not spiritually developed, because when I look at comparison, hang on a minute, if I look at the 400 years of slavery in India, they came out doing better than how we where we find ourselves now. So the point I'm making is, yes, I know I want Tonko they are in majority, they are more Ibon than Shaka Bulatawani, and the effort we made to fight back. But the fact still remains that at every point in time, we have not displayed that kind of maturity, that kind of to prove that we did not only love ourselves, that we love everybody. Because when you even look back at the last few years, at every time we have governance, I want to represent and when you are, they're just, it's only me and I kind of people. Whereas when you look at some other race, yeah, they could do that in their house, but in the public, they represent the public. I don't know whether you guys understand what I'm trying to say.
Sure.
So, Barrister Dele.
That's a question for the guest.
Yeah, yes. I want you to help me again. Yeah. Plus what I know, what I've learned, what I hear from my mentors. I have a couple of mentors here. There's no that I am still like, even though I'm not really a slow, I mean, not a slow learner, I'm still having issue to say that we have displayed Yoruba people, or the people that were allowed to be able to take place 800 years, 900 years ago, and for 400 or 500 years slavery. Then thereafter, the opportunity to restart, to rearrange, to readdress, and redesign our lives again fall in the hands of our one more. They just don't care about us, and that is again, I think, is dragging us. So I know there are many other things we, as academic, you can do another 200 or 300 pages, but that particular part of us is a worrying aspect. It's worrying close to me. If you can address that,
They don't care.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. And it is a very important one. Very, very important, because it's you can't solve a problem until you understand it.
Yes.
And if we, the thing about Olutu, are you okay?
Yeah, Neo. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good emu.
Kí Alájà ó mẹ́mu.
Okay, Emoguro.
Ètò ìsọ yẹn gan ló jẹ́ kó tún máa padà. Ẹni ní Emoguro, Alájà tó sọ̀kò pé.
Omi ò lọ́ọ̀tá o.
Thank you, sir. Let's, I'm fine. We can go on.
Okay. The points you have made, we're not spiritually developed enough. You're effectively asking where are our leaders, and you identified you made the point that the people who allowed slavery to take place are the ones who are allowing the current the misgovernance that has succeeded it. I think is a very important question, which we must answer definitively, and I'll seek to answer it this way. I keep saying God works through human agency. Yeah. Whatever is to be done, it is human beings that are deployed.
Correct.
To do it, whether for good or for bad. The enslavers, those who came to make slaves of our people, and the colonizers are no different in that regard. They work through human agency. And what they do, like any, you can't blame them for this. You interview, before you employ somebody, you interview them. You want to understand how they think before you give them responsibility, whether for good or for bad. It happens everywhere. So they know that it is not that these people are all bad. It is not that these people are all greedy. It is not that these people are all unpatriotic. But amongst them, there will be those who are bad. There will be those who are unpatriotic. And the job of the one who wants to use them is to carefully search for the ones who fits the agenda, who run with the cause, whether to enslave their peoples, whether to steal their money and help you steal their money. Because what they did when they started that, the first lots, they simply kidnapped the whole boatload. Just like you grab fish, they just kidnapped from the coast, loaded them on the boats. That was John Hawkins. And when they got to their destination, they'll of course sift what they've got, like any fisherman. He will look at his catch and he will separate them. And there'll be the ones who are rebellious, strong, brave, and say, I will not accept this condition of life. And those ones will be killed. The ones who will say, please don't hurt me, I'll work for you. The faithful servants, those ones will now be rewarded and empowered. And many of them were now deployed in the slavery enterprise itself. That if you're a good worker, you will then be rewarded with your own collection of enslaved. Just like you promote somebody in your business to say you will have your own company to run. You start off as a loyal worker. When you've proved your loyalty, I'll give you partnership. This is how they were recruited, some of our people. But I always say, be careful with the brush. Don't apply it too broadly and get the impression that all. I keep saying Azikwe is not the Igbos. 1, 2, those are the individuals, and those are the ones they look for. Similarly, when they came to colonize, our leaders then, our chiefs, our obas, many resisted. And we must never forget what happened to those who resisted. They were either killed or they were deposed. You heard me read earlier about the Ugandan Kabaka, where because he raised the secession clause, they deposed him. So it is not that we did it. The one with the gun, and it was mentioned earlier, I forget who said it, that the one with the gun, I think he was, where do I say this? Somebody said the one with the gun has the greatest votes.
Professor Adeniro.
Professor Adeniro. Whoever has the gun has the has the casting votes.
Yes.
and
the power to define.
Indeed. And so when the Lugards came, the Goldies came, those of our leaders who were responsible, who said, no, leave our land, go back to where you came from. They were killed, they were deposed. Even the Fulani, Atahiru the First, who was in fact, they were actually called caliphs then. It was the British who renamed them to sultans. Atahiru the First refused to accept submission to the British. They chased him across the country and eventually caught him and killed him. Lugard appointed his replacement, Atahiru II, who was more ready to submit and swore to the oath that Lugard gave him to swear. So the reality is this, and it is still manifest today, that there are those who are ready to just sell their people in inverted commas. There were those who to sell their futures, to save their own skin. But it's not that this is our people, because just like their own people, it's not that all their people were slavers or all their people wanted to colonize other people. or to steal their resources. No. When you know them, just as like when you know our own people, they're the good ones and they're the bad ones. And whoever has an agenda just simply takes care to make sure you recruit the right persons, because even the mafia, that's Italian organization, the mafia, they have a recruitment process. They'll never let somebody in who is going to endanger what they have. They interview very carefully to make sure that you're not brought in unless you share their values. And if they make the mistake of bringing you in and then they discover that you do not share their values, that you want to change them from the inside, they will eliminate you and kill you.
Yes.
It's just the way the world works in all aspects. So we must keep this in mind as we relearn, we unlearn the narratives in order to relearn what really happened. To understand that those who came with the gun did not come to do charity and did not come to play. It was the gun that enabled them, that casting votes. The ultimate casting votes was the gun and the weaponry that would force people to do even things that they would not ordinarily do. And it now looks as if they've changed their character. So I hope I've addressed all the points but very excellent questions, because these are things that we must get to the bottom of. They will keep recycling information to confuse us. That's why I always call them colonial confusionists. They know the answers, but they will not tell you.
Yeah, but
discover them ourselves.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned John Hawkins.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, John Hawkins was. Are we saying that Europe was not spiritually sound? John Hawkins was the leader of the first slave raiding.
Yes.
Elizabeth the First, who was the daughter of Henry VIII. Henry VIII, who established Protestantism in England.
Yes.
You couldn't be more spiritual than that, at least on paper. Yet, you did not think Queen Elizabeth I, whose mother was killed by a very greedy king who wanted more wives and more children and all of that stuff, still was the one who bought a slave ship named Jesus of Lubeck.
Yes.
And gave it in partnership to John Hawkins to go and raid us in Africa. What spirituality is that? I mean, see, the bottom line is, yes, the man with the gun is the majority. What he uses the gun to do, the power to implement and all of that, those are all over the planet. When we had enough spirituality in 1859, when the Ile-Ife people said to Hindra that they were not going to abandon their own mode of spirituality for whatever Hindra was bringing, it's in the book that I referred you to. Yoruba people have been known to practice communalism almost all of their lives before they were interfered with. That's spirituality.
Yes.
All we have to do is find our way back. Rather than, I use two English words. The people you call leaders of our people are really dealers on behalf of our oppressors. Thank you.
Yeah, I quickly want to agree with that, because among the Oyinbos, the white people, we have the like of Wilberforce, who fought to abolish slavery for almost 29 years. So, I mean, I do agree.
Go and read more about him. He was no angel. And he had to respond to the environment. slavery was becoming an albatross in the neck of the enslavers. America was full of slaves and they didn't need anymore because they had started a different kind of commerce in which they were producing whatever the slaves could help them produce, and they were selling, and they were making more profit that way and losing money or resources to slavery. That's why they had to change. They weren't being good. If they were being good, they would release all the slaves that they had. No, they were just changing the direction of trade. And that, to me, is not a plus as for spirituality as it was a plus for commerce. And they introduced, once they got us, they introduced their monetary system, cannibalized our own, and we were not just we are no longer slaves in body as such. We now had to do whatever they wanted us to do on our land in order to be able to benefit with the new economy that is based on their money. I mean, look, we should. I mean, I don't know everything, but I don't know much. But I think we should study. Every time a question comes in my mind, I want to find out how I can dig deeper into what was happening at that time. This book, look at it, Ladder of Bones. I shared it some other time by Ellen Thorpe. It contains a lot of information about what happened to us. It says the birth of modern Nigeria from 1853 to independence. Ellen Thorpe.
Baba, please, can you tell us the title again so I can chat it and send it to people?
Ladder. Ladder of Bones.
Laddeb.
Akaba.
Okay, Ladder, Benny, yes.
Akaba of Bones by Ellen Thorpe.
Bone, B-O-N-E.
Egun.
Okay.
If I picture, and it's by Ellen, E-L-L-E-N. Thorpe, T-H-O-R-P.
It's about £49 on Amazon.
It's what?
I think it's about £49 on Amazon. Amazon.
That's if you can find
£49 along by
if you can find it. That's if you can find it.
Anyway, the book is 239 or 240 pages. I bought this book in Lagos in 1967.
Wow.
So bookstore opposite Kingsway. Opposite Kingsway across Broad Street. That's where I got it.
CMS.
Ejolutu, I just have a simple comment to make.
Okay.
Share more concept where the man with the gun has the majority.
Yes.
Like I said earlier, physically, intellectually,
every type of gun.
Distorting fact, Jelare. Wilberforce was a force for the Western, for the Europeans. He never came to, on the surface of it, he might have shouted and yelled about discontinuing slavery, but there's a reason for it. He didn't do it for our own good, even though we benefited from it. Wait, more information to credit themselves, discredit us, and make us think the way they want us to do. In other words, they use those type of information to fool us. I know Arokumongo Park or discover Niger. Force, stop slavery. Those are agents of imperialism.
Yeah, what about the people living around the River Niger?
Thank you.
They didn't know it was there.
Thank you very much. So we have to be very careful in what we think, because about think we are fulfilling their purpose for us. So give us
That's
this
fulfilling
information.
prophecy, yes.
Richard Landa.
Thank you, Lutu.
Yeah, thank you. I find the book actually is on Amazon, and a new one from
How
$80. New one, there are some for $80. On eBay, used one is $26.50.
Oh, wow.
A used one on a eBay.
Olutu, let me share this passage. I was reaching for a book on my shelf
Yes, sir.
because there is so much for us to learn.
Mm.
And our reading and our research has to go even beyond books about Nigeria.
Mm.
We must, because much of the information that we need to restore our confidence is actually in books about themselves.
Mm.
Yes, you're right.
Now, this book that I've just taken down from the shelf, the narrative that we sold our own people, I was always disturbed by that narrative because I didn't believe it.
I never believed.
As a young person, I never believed it. I knew I said my family cannot be the only good family in Nigeria. The friends that I knew, their family cannot be the only good ones. So this narrative of wicked people selling their own people into slavery, I wasn't comfortable with it, and I wanted to get to the bottom of it.
And we keep repeating it. That's their victory.
Exactly.
Which is part of narrative is so important. Narrative control. They go on overdrive to make sure they get you singing the hymns they want you to sing. Now, this book is the Norman Conquest, or
the
Norman
Conquest.
Conquests. The Norman Conquest. This is the book.
Okay. Norman.
The Norman Conquest. This is the Norman conquest of England. The last time England was conquered. 1066.
Battle of Hastings, 1066.
Battle of Hastings, etc.
Correct.
So we must go deep in our research. I now went there to read this book. And what did I find there? I'll share this passage with you. English society in the 11th century was highly stratified. We know that there were approximately 2 million people living in England at the end of the century, and that the population was rising all the time. So there must have been rather fewer than that number at the century's start. At a fundamental level, these people were divided into two categories, the free and the unfree. Although many books on the Anglo-Saxons do not say much about it, more than 10% of England's population were slaves. Slavery was a widespread institution in early medieval Europe, and the sale and export of slaves was one of the main motors of the economy. Since the 9th century, the trade's most outstanding exponents had been the Vikings, whose warfare was predicated, for the most part, on seizing young men and women as merchandise to be sold either at home in Scandinavia or very commonly to Arab merchants in the Middle East. England was one of their principal hunting grounds. So individuals abducted from the coasts of Devon, Wales, or Northumbria might eventually find themselves laboring under a desert sun to construct a caliph's palace or members of a sultan's harem. Slaves were similarly used in England for hard labor and sexual gratification. To judge from contemporary comments, male slaves were generally used as agricultural workers. What am I saying? This is England in the 11th century. What they did was to export their own experience to us. right down to the raids for slaves on the coasts and sell their own people. It was not blacks selling whites. These were whites selling whites in the 11th century Western society. Slaves were regarded not as people, but as chattels, and as such could be punished like animals by branding or castration. They could even be killed, stoned to death by other slaves if they were male, burnt to death if they were female. The purposes for which female slaves were kept are not entirely certain. Many of them were no doubt used as domestics or dairymaids, but several sources suggest that women were also purchased for sexual purposes. So they controlled what we know because they controlled the curriculum and controlled the education system. The process of liberation starts with self-education on all these issues. We must learn, and we must learn fast. We must do the reading that we were stopped from doing. And once we get to know the true story, the confidence returns. Let me stop there.
Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to pick Alagba Wole Oni. I know it's been you are on.
Thank you, Lotu Eshema. Greetings to Barrister Dele Ogun. Thank you very much for your coverage this evening. I just want to make a couple of points. So on the issue of the balkanization of Africa in 1864 that you mentioned, I was just wondering, why is it that obviously what was wrong at the time can never ever be put right to how it used to be before? So, for example, we Yoruba, we are trying to get out of Nigeria. Half of Yoruba land is in Benin Republic and Togo and all the rest of it. So even if we get back Yoruba in Nigeria, I don't think we have any prospect of ever getting back our lost people that have been kind of divided into other countries. And that's Yoruba. And I think this problem is kind of is all over Africa. And one of the questions I have is this: why is it that all these years, all these African countries, with all their academics and all the rest of it, why is it that they cannot mount a legal challenge to the Europeans? That's my first point. My second point is that if you look at what has happened since the balkanization of Africa, are these Europeans actually as smart as they paint themselves to be? Why can they not foresee the result of slave trade and balkanizing Africa and treating people as slaves, of giving fake independence to Nigeria? Why can't they, if they're so smart, why can they not foresee that they're creating problems that's just going to run and run and run for years and years, hundreds of years to come?
Problems for who?
Hundreds of years to come.
Problems for who, though?
Problem for African countries and themselves.
What do they care? As long as
that's what they want.
Okay, they don't give a damn.
Okay, now, okay, look at what is happening now. They've ruined all these African nations. They've bastardized them. People cannot. Now, what we are seeing now is I'm sure we all know of all these migrant boats flooding through the Mediterranean to Europe. So they've created chaos in Africa. People can't live there. They've created chaos in parts of the Middle East. So people are now flooding into Europe from all these countries that are not sustainable. Now, for the issue, I'm sure you all saw what happened in Britain about 4 or 5 weeks ago, where a boy killed 3 young white kids, and then all the white far right people, they started going out and attacking anybody that's black or not white. This is like these are the issues that has that has deep roots in what we are discussing today. Deep roots. They're fighting multiculturalism in Europe. People are pouring into Europe. Every single European country is being overpopulated because they've created. I mean, look at what you've described in Nigeria. You know, all this planned control to control our resources, to keep the people down. And the thing is, it's natural for people to react. This is why even slaves used to fight back. Yeah. So what we are seeing today is that people are saying, okay, if Nigeria is not livable, then I'm going to go to Europe. I don't have money. I can't buy air ticket. I can't get a visa. Okay, then I'll go through Libya, walk through the desert, swim through the Mediterranean, and thousands of people are doing that trip every single day. And my point is this: if the Europeans are so smart, and I don't think they are, because if they are so smart, they wouldn't do something to destabilize other parts of the world where the knock-on effect is going to be on their own doorstep. And my final question is this, sir. You've mentioned that the amalgamation was caused by was an edict that was signed by, is it George V or one of
yes,
is it George V?
King George V.
Okay, now my real question is this: Can you know, we don't have much prospect of ever getting Yoruba nation if, because of what you have recounted tonight, the man with the gun is a majority. They still have the guns, or the stooges in Nigeria still have the guns. We cannot fight. When we fight, they kill us. People, you know, so the kind of revolution that needs to happen to topple what is going on, there's very, very little prospect for that to happen. Otherwise, there's just a war is going to break out. Thousands of people are going to be killed. The other alternative really is to mount a legal challenge against Britain. Why can't our academics or, you know, barristers like yourself, you know, why can't we mount a legal challenge? Maybe have a parliamentary judicial review that what George V signed in 18 whatever is, you know, he didn't have the right to lump a Yoruba nation. We were already a nation of our own before the colonialists came. Do you get my point? Why does he have the right? He didn't have the right to lump us with any Nigeria. Can we not mount a legal challenge today?
Okay, let me address that. Like your first question and your third question actually roll into each other. Because your first question was why no legal challenge to the Europeans? Yes. Your third question is why has there not been any legal action against Britain in respect of the amalgamation? Yes. Again, I say that the thing about law, and one of the advantages of having practiced that for so long at a high level, is that you understand the limits of the law. where law stops is where power takes over.
Oh my God.
You see, such that you can have the right justice, the abstract concept on the analysis of the evidence and on the facts is in your favor. So but if I have got that gun, it doesn't matter how correct your arguments are.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Okay, now.
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't matter how correct your arguments are. It is power. So when you get to power issues, it's not about the correctness of arguments. It is not about a principle of justice and rights. It is power. And underneath that is where law exists. But if law tries to break through here, power slams it down.
I can't hear you.
I said, if this is power here, and law operates underneath it, within that scope, if law tries to break through the power smashes it.
It can't be on evidence.
And then at that point, those relying on law then have to turn to muscle and equal power to counter that power. So this is why one shouldn't place too much confidence and hope on legal process, because the ones with the power will choose the judges. They will have and power takes many forms, of course, because when you take cases to court, they often cost consequences for the loser. And the power structure has formulated the cost rules, at least in England, that if you lose, you pay.
Yeah.
And they will award costs against you that will cripple you and destroy you. That is part of the power game. So that's the answer to your first and third questions. Your second question is, are Europeans that clever as they claim to be? Since their actions generate all sorts of consequences that now come to bite them in the bum.
Absolutely.
And therefore, they cannot be that smart. Again, my answer is this, that they're not, just like I said earlier, Zik is not the Igbos. Likewise, H.O. Davis is not the Yorubas, or Akintola is not the Yoruba. And likewise, Churchill is not the English, because many of the things that they did, both in the slave trade and since colonization, do you know that people don't know anything about it whatsoever? Yeah. But those ones, their strategy is that, look, it is might that is right. We're going to smash weaker peoples, smash them, grab their resources, because all their business started in piracy. So it's the same piracy that is going on today. It may be now that they're using companies as the vehicles, but it's still the same smash, loot, and grab, and take it back home to your den to make your people rich. And your people don't know where that money is coming from.
Yeah.
So in the same way as I say to our people, don't buy the narrative that we were selling our own people. Individuals were co-opted to join that evil enterprise, but it's not we. Don't buy that narrative. Similarly, it is not they, all of them, that were slave traders. Most of them did not know. The vast majority, it was on a need-to-know basis. This is why, if you remember what happened during COVID, remember after the murder of George Floyd, that there was protests across the world, and in Bristol.
Yes.
Remember, there was a statue of Coulson.
Yeah, that was brought down.
That was pulled down because the ordinary British people did not know the story. They're not taught in the same way as the misleaders in Nigeria do not teach history. Likewise, in Britain here, they do not teach their people the real history. And so the people, if you now bring these stories to them, they say, wow, is this what happened? And when they know, they get angry, say, not in our name. So these are the realities that we've got to confront. And so the pirates, the modern pirates, all that matter for them is profits. So they think short-term and immediate, damn the longer-term consequences. They will not be here. They just want the profits.
Yeah.
The immediate gain. That's all that matters. A bit like our politicians, is now. But the long-term consequences that they're creating is of no matter to them. And the key in both cases is for us to get to their people, to get the story across, because the only people they fear, those pirates on their side, including those in their governments, the only people they fear is their people.
Yes.
Yeah. And our job should be to get that information across to them. You said, do you know what your people are doing there? Do you guys understand why these boats are coming across? Do you know why people are leaving Nigeria in droves and ready to risk everything to cross the desert? It's because of the legacies that were left behind. And if you get to their people will get to their politicians.
Me.
So that's my answer.
Thank you. Please, can you give us the title of your new book, the one you are reading from, please?
Oh, the new one, it's coming out in, it'll be launched on the 7th of December. It's titled Culprits.
Okay,
Culprits,
thank you.
The people and the paper that made Nigeria. I want to, once and for all, bury this nonsense that founding fathers. How do you found something that was born before you in 1898? They were not even to use the French expression "en ventre sa mère." They were not even en ventre sa mère, inside the mother at the time, inside their mothers at that point. June 1898. Awolowo, Zeke, and all those ones, Sardauna, all of them, and Nahuru, and you call them founding fathers. What kind of fraud is that?
Mr. Dole, please, can I just ask something? Do we have a realistic prospect of actually getting our freedom? Our people have just suffered for thousands or hundreds of years. And from what you've covered this so well today, but you've obviously kind of talked about the pros and cons. But realistically, are we ever going to be free? Because this is just depressing.
That was going to be my roundup question. That so, I mean, is that it? It don't happen. It don't happen.
It's not it.
Let's rise up.
It's not it. You see, sometimes, as I said, once you cannot solve a problem until you understand it.
Yeah.
And sometimes understanding it takes time. Because as
what have we been doing all this time?
We've been trying to understand it.
Right now.
We've been trying to understand it. So as Professor Adeboye said, that it's not that we don't want to understand, it's not that we haven't tried to understand, we haven't had the opportunity, the materials to understand what is really going on. And people like China, the Chinese, they got their understanding earlier as to what was really going on. And they broke out. People of India, they got their understanding faster and they broke out. Once the understanding comes, the breakout comes. Now, it's only now that some of us have access to these books and the information. And it's a question of sharing the knowledge.
Yeah.
Because once you develop, once you develop a critical mass, it doesn't need to be everybody who understands it, but once you develop that critical mass, where all these myths that are sustaining the fraud and sustaining the oppression have been eliminated, undone one by one, there's no more hiding place. And so therefore, the freedom then comes, the liberation comes.
Look at what is happening in Niger and Burkina Faso.
Yeah. Slit their throat.
Thank you very much. The other part that was in the promo is where we are in Nigeria, but the time is fast spent. I don't know whether we can spend like 10-15 minutes on this to round up where things are in Nigeria. The situation we are, is it like a residual, like, from what happened in the beginning? Gas in Nigeria now is 1,200. So who is doing who? Tani share Nikeji, if I can use that English.
Correct.
Or we are the one doing ourselves.
It is all a product. It is all a product of the political order that we have.
Political.
When a tree consistently produces bad fruits, there comes a point where you stop blaming the fruits. You know that it's the tree that can only produce that bad fruit. When every electoral cycle, the option is always one bad option or another bad option. Even though they're good people, capable people around, you know it's the system that's producing those choices. Because what they did by design is programming. Nigeria was programmed. And part of the programming, as I said, I mentioned the Selborne Committee. The programming of Nigeria started as far back as June 1898. That was the first, when they sat down, brought their best minds together to say, we've lost America. There's a quote that let me find that quotation from the book, and said that we lost America, the greatest jewel of the imperial crown. We've now built a new, let me find it. We lost America. We lost America.
Who are you quoting? William Pitt?
It was actually Joseph Chamberlain.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Aṣíwájú ẹ lọ ní sùúrù o. Nonsense.
We lost America. Okay, it is a quote that defines everything that happens. Aha, I found it. The chapter is headed "To Have and to Hold from This Day Forward." And the master plan, I said, Nigeria with its infinite resources was Britain's jewel in Africa. It was the greatest and richest of all our colonies. The colonial officers had used the learning from their crash course on land surveying in the diploma programs run by the Royal Geographical Society to good effect. Rubber plantations were in development. Palm oil was abundant, and in 1908, crude oil had been discovered in an age where shipping was moving from coal to oil. And then let me go down to the quote that I want to share with you. Every appointment to an office was calculated, and all the difficulties that might arise were carefully thought through, justifying their labeling as, quote, upper-class conspirators, fostering imperial expansion, end quotes. The mistakes made in India, where the Indian National Congress was already beginning to push hard for their ejection, were to be learnt from and not to be repeated. The lessons from the loss of America and from Edward Gibbon's detailed study of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire were carefully imbibed for application. Who better than Joseph Chamberlain, the missionary of empire, to define the challenge? And this is what he said. He said, what is the historical progression in the evolution of empire? First, a kingdom slowly consolidating itself, growing conscious of its strength, utilizing its surplus energy to conquer new worlds. Then there comes a time when the empire has been attained. Those who had the courage to gain it, unfortunately, had not the wisdom and experience which will enable them to keep it intact. They lost the greatest jewel that the British Crown had ever possessed. The United States left us for a separate existence. And I now said that Chamberlain was never a man to point the accusatorial finger without being confident that he would do better in the same situation. Having identified the failing, he went on to explain the lessons learned from the loss of that original jewel in the British Crown and to define the agenda. And this is what he said. He said, we lost America, but we profited by that experience. Again, a new empire rises from the ashes of the old. He's talking about us here. A new empire rises from the ashes of the old. And once more, at the end of the 19th century, we have a dominion greater than any before. We have the dominion, but the problem is not yet solved. How to keep the heritage which is given to us, how to make it permanent.
Oh, really?
It remains to the statesmen of the 20th century, to those now living and to those yet to come, to complete this great work. Permanence was the agenda. How do we keep it permanently?
Idiots.
Idiots?
Oh, they are not. They are not. They are not.
They're not idiots. They are strategists.
Survivor.
They are strategists. And we have to be equally strategic. We must go as deep
Very good.
as they went.
Which is when we say that the man with the gun is the majority, it does not have to be just a physical gun. You can have intellectual gun, arrange strategies that would, help you get where you want to go. We cannot lose hope. It's idiotic. Even Britain itself was under Rome. I mean, it's a continuing thing. You look at Europe today, and you look at Europe 100 years ago, you don't see the same map.
Correct.
Change. People win, people lose, but they have to do it with determination. Where's Yugoslavia? Where's Czechoslovakia? Today, those countries existed when I was growing up. They're not there now. Where is British India? It has split into Pakistan, Bangladesh, Burma, and what have you. And China was even a finished place when I was young. So to give up is to be guilty. Because even when we send our children to school today, we send them, we give them wrong information about what their education is supposed to be.
Right.
We give them right information about preservation and of our culture and survival of our people. Rather than that, we are saying, but I'm back away me. No, you read your book so you can understand what the world is around you and how to preserve yourself.
Right.
Yeah. No, there's no giving up. We're actually closer. Sometimes you don't know how close you are. And we are closer than we've ever been. Yes. Even as it looks darker. Yeah. In terms of the condition of our peoples. But in terms of our understanding of the root of the problem, we've never been like as close to this as possible as before. So we're very, very, and we're closer than any of the other countries that were afflicted by the Berlin Conference. Because my network is broad, and I know they're actually learning from us. The Ghanaians are learning from us. The historical research that we're producing, we're ahead of the game in that respect. But we'll carry everybody along. And all we have to do is spread the knowledge.
Yes.
Yeah, but Barrister, I think no, what did they call it? No empire lasts forever.
Correct.
So with that, I know that Nigeria will not last forever.
Correct.
At a point, there will be that breakage, which everybody's looking for. I don't know whether it's this year or next decade. I know it's coming, and with the way things are going today, it should be obvious to any right-thinking person that how much can people bear? how much can they tolerate?
Right.
What suffering can
too
a
much.
whole nation go through before they say enough is enough? So I'm sure that it's not going to last forever, and it's not going to take too long, because the people there now, whether we like it or not, they are disconnected from what's going on. They don't even have an idea that people are hungry. They don't know, because if they knew, they wouldn't be clamping people in jail for protesting about hunger. They don't know.
Engineer, but can I say something? And I would like Barrister Dele Ogun to comment. Personally, I don't think they don't know. I mean, our people will say àrùn ojú kì í ṣe àrùn imú.
That's right.
And Yoruba will say bí o gbọ́ ègùn, o gbọ́ wọ̀yọ̀wọ̀yọ̀. And also Yoruba will say à ń pé ọmọ ẹfun yálé ọmọ ẹfun yálọ. And you are still asking, is it a king that died or a clothes seller?
But Olotu, these people are isolated. These people don't mingle with us. These people are always in Aso Rock or National Assembly or going in buses to wherever they go to. They don't mingle with the common people.
They know.
I know. They know.
They know.
They know, but they don't know what to do.
They know to steal. They know to steal.
They don't know their brain dead.
They do. I don't think they don't know. They know.
They know. Don't give them excuses.
No, because if they don't, if they don't hear, can they? If they don't see, can they hear?
They believe that they can have what they take for themselves.
Yeah.
And they just don't know how to continue, be able to take it without any consequences. They know.
Baba,
they know.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
They don't know. It is not that they don't hear about it, but they are disconnected.
No.
One thing is to know. One thing is to want to provide solution.
I think you have a very good point, but one more implication on cotton sheni. They know what they do, but they don't know the implication. They don't know that they played. They don't know that they played.
That's right.
They know that last week the gas fuel was $500, and people are selling rice for 20,000. They know that now that is going to be 1,000.
200.
They are not going to sell it for 500. The sale of the rice, the price will not be 500. So they will know definitely that that is an inflation. Things are going up. And when things are going up and the price is going up, the salary is going up, they have economic people to let them know that that is a hardship for people. So
correct.
What don't they know?
They cannot imagine there's something like Sri Lanka can happen in Nigeria. Put it that way. Or Bangladesh.
They know. They don't know what to do.
They know very well.
They don't. Yeah.
Is Burkina Faso a solution for us?
That's right.
Burkina Faso, is that a solution?
Yeah, don't, please, don't.
Okay.
Don't put Barrister going to
exactly.
Then
let's not.
Thank you. I agree.
All right. Yoruba will say, Ari gbọ́dọ̀ wí, ikùn mú baálé, àmọ̀ṣe. That is where we are now. Thank you so much. We started.
Ẹni òyìnbó la máa sọ o, ẹ ti tún sọ Yorùbá, àrí ìgbọ́dọ̀ wí ẹ sọ lóyìnbó.
Ari gbọ́dọ̀ wí. It's there, but we can't talk about it. What else?
Well,
But we cannot talk about it because we're scared.
Let me say.
Now that I'm saying it in Nitenikima, translate Yari Gbodowi, they know definitely that I'm talking about them. And you knew.
Olotu, let me say this.
Yes, sir.
They know, but they do not care.
Yeah.
Okay.
They know, but they do not care.
Okay.
Which is consistent with Chief Bankole's points that they are disconnected because the political system has deliberately disconnected them from the people. They are insulated, and they're insulated at two levels. One, financially, such that their policies do not impact them adversely. They always have the resources to enjoy the good life.
Yeah, pure wickedness.
Yes, so they do not care. As I said earlier on, that everybody, God does everything through human agents. I said even God works through human agents, and the devil as well, through human agents. It's all about recruiting the right people. So the political system has been designed to recruit and attract a certain class of people. And the political system has made arrangements for them to be rewarded for their participation. This is why they have those fantastic remuneration packages. The highest in the world is their own share. Just like these slave traders, when they came, when they identified the ones like them who are ready to join them, they give them generous rewards. And they can see what is going on, but they do not care.
Yeah.
So those ones who are now senators, governors, etc., is a question of you enjoy your own ride. Your remuneration package has been arranged. Your opportunities for contracts is there. Enjoy and then move on. Like any member of the mafia. They also know this, which accounts for they don't care. They know that the people have no weaponry. They know, because if the people had weaponry, if the people had guns, they will not be so disconnected.
Yeah.
But the political system has stripped the people of weaponry that they could use to assert their rights. And so therefore they can act with impunity. But in terms of notwithstanding, is revolution possible? Yes. Will it happen? Yes. How will it happen? Remember my pounded jam theory of revolution.
Are you Ekiti or Jesha?
Ikale.
Ah, okay.
Same thing.
One Okele after the next. Don't look too far ahead. Just put your head down and be doing the work that you have to do. And you'll find that preparation then meets opportunity. There'll be a convergence. And you look around and say, oh, how did that happen? I didn't see it coming. That's exactly how the mound of pounded jam disappears on your plate.
Okay.
So can we say, okay, when we are talking about how we get to where we are, I mean, if we don't want to deal with that, if you don't want to answer the question, it's okay, sir. But my question is,
most of them old and half dead.
They're preventing you from us.
Sorry. Okay, I'm here now. So I'm saying that if our guest doesn't want to answer this question, it's still fine. But I want to put this question out. How do we get to where we are at gas, at the fuel that used to be 60 naira got to 1,000? Is it because they are embezzling money? Is it because the money is just evaporating like gas? Or is it, what can we say contribute to this kind of situation?
We don't know.
Let me answer that.
Embezzle,
and again, it comes from a quotation from the book, the new book, this time from Lord Lugard. This is what he said. The tropics are the heritage of mankind. And neither on the one hand has the suzerain power a right to their exclusive exploitation, nor on the other hand have the races which inhabit them a right to deny their bounties to those who need them. So he's saying on the one hand that neither has the right to exclude the other. It's because it's the heritage of mankind. He's saying that all the resources that are in Nigeria belong to mankind. That you, the indigenes, the races which inhabit them, do not have the right to deny their bounties to those who need them. The responsibility for adequate development rests on the custodian on behalf of civilization, and not on behalf of civilization alone. For much of these products is returned to the tropics, converted into articles for the use and comfort of its people. What he's saying there is that those your natural resources that are there in your land are not, you have no exclusive right to them. It's for the whole of mankind. And it is the responsibility for the responsibility for adequate development rests on the custodian. The custodian was them on behalf of civilization.
Fix the roads.
And not on behalf of civilization alone, for these products is returned to the tropics. So those products are taken out. The oil and gas and all the other minerals are taken out to be returned, converted into articles for the use and comfort of its people. Let me be more specific. They, knowing that that colony was theirs with all its reserves, all its oil, all its gas, and everything else. They wanted to stay. They did not want to go. We did not drive them out of the land. They simply, to use the language of Captain Traore, they simply appointed their valets to look after the estates, the local managers on their behalf. And the job of the local managers is to preserve those resources for them, for it to come out to them, which they'll now add value to and now sell the end product to us. So that's why they cannot allow us to be, even though we have the oil, for us to be using it. And we must pay, they force us to pay premium prices in order to make sure that we do not exhaust the stock. Because as far as they're concerned, it belongs to mankind. And the fact that God put it there doesn't mean that it's yours. That is essentially what explains why an oil-producing country will be paying premium, because they know that otherwise you'll be driving around using up all the oil. and it's finite.
Nonsense. And the citizens are suffering, right?
Yes.
Nonsense. Nonsense.
Yes. So the local managers, they don't call them leaders, they are managers. You know, like a caretaker of a building.
Yeah.
That's what they are. They're not leaders. They're not leading you from here to anywhere.
Yeah.
Their job is like the night watchman, to look after the building.
Yeah.
Right.
Evils.
But that continues only as long as we're sitting looking at the pounded yam and say we can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Take the okele, heads down, get yourself ready, prepare your mind first. It's the education and the information that you have that will set you free. The more you know, and the more the people around you, you enable them to know, you teach them. Because that's what they fear most, the educated mind, the informed mind.
That's right.
How long?
Hello, too.
How long?
Only we will determine how long our actions and
okay.
I was saying it that it looks like we cannot get there. We cannot finish. Engineer Baba Oyefule, were you trying to say something, sir?
Ó tí o mo rò pé ti dìde mo wá fẹ́ help yín pẹ̀lú.
Ẹ ṣé Ọlọ́run á máa ṣonígbọ̀wọ́ ẹ̀yin náà o.
Àmín o.
So this is where we are. And
Ẹjọ́ Olótù, I just have one quick statement to make.
Okay.
Both Barrister Ogun àti Baba Bankole lẹ́yìn ní lára nǹkan tó ń sọ last.
Okay.
Look, I must so nǹkan tí Barrister Ogun tó kà lẹ́ẹ̀kan yẹn. You see, these people are pathological liars and thieves.
Correct.
They will rather take uranium out of West Africa at 80 cents per kilo and sell it at 200 euro per kilo, and while they're insisting that those who have the uranium under the soil must never touch it. You can't touch it, you can't sell it. They have to take it out and sell it for you. Buy it from you, give you 80 cents to the kilogram. They go sell it at 200 euro, and then come back and give you financial aid of about 1 or 2 euro. And they're keeping it for posterity. You see, people can, any psychopath can justify anything they do.
Yeah.
And that statement, in my opinion, is the justification of wrongdoing by a psychopath.
Correct.
But yeah, I know we have talked. I understand you, Baba Oyefule, and I know we have talked severally about the man with the gun is the majority. I'm wondering whether this is the same thing that is preventing the people who has the uranium from talking.
They are talking now. They are talking now.
Yeah, they're talking now, but before that was what was preventing them from talking.
Yeah, they were not talking. Now that is where I'm going. If they are now talking now, it means all other people who are scared of gun should now start talking.
Exactly.
Correct.
So where are we going? When we start talking and we ignore the gun, until then we will get somewhere.
That's revolution.
Whether from àwọn alágbára ayé that come to buy the uranium from beginning, or àwọn òpònú òṣèlú tí wọ́n gbà lọ́wọ́ wọn that cannot do better, we will get somewhere.
Amen.
Yes.
Man.
We are going to get there. Lè torí pé kí ọmọ ó mọ̀ kú kó máa ṣe kó máa fi irinṣẹ́ bàbá ẹ̀ ṣeré bí Yorùbá ti wí. Bọ́mọ bá máa kú kó kú náà.
Life is too short. Nonsense.
Béwúrẹ́ bá lè kú ó kú. Àwọn Yorùbá ní àwọn oní-talking drum á ní béwúrẹ́ bá lè kú ó kú. Béwúrẹ́ bá lè kú ó èmi ò lè ṣe kíní kéèyàn kí n tún tọ́jú ẹran. So we just have to keep encouraging our people. And we keep saying it, Yoruba Gbode, we have Amusheshe, they work all the time. One of the things that affects, that is in line with what we are saying is enlightenment, public enlightenment. I mean, our people at this point cannot keep saying, I don't know, mi ò mọ̀.
Yeah.
What you don't know can kill you. So let's start to make sure that they know. Yoruba Gbode, Amusheshe, they are doing public enlightenment. Please help us. Owó ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ìrere. Help us. We are all going to benefit from it. If we look at the time, seriously, we have spent almost 4 hours on this program. Alàgbà Tajudeen Ibrahim Kemi Olaogun, thank you so much for coming. We are going to expect you next time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Adeola Adeleye Fasuba. Did I get the name right?
Fasuba. Yeah.
Fasuba. Thank you, ma. Please, let's see you some other time. This is what we do on Yoruba Gbode. Where we are now, I'm going to first thank our special guest, who is really special because of his patience, because of his brain, because of everything that when I see him, I want to sing. I'm happy to be a Yoruba. Ìyáàfin Ìbílọ́lá Amao, thanks for coming. Please, let's see you next time. I'm very, very grateful on behalf of many participants and listeners. We have a lot of people on YouTube. We have a lot of people on Yoruba Radio. And we have people on Agbenitan Zoom, where we are able to see each other. I want to, on behalf of them, thank Barrister Dele Ogun for his time, for his patience, for his knowledge. We are very, very grateful. You are already a member of Yoruba Gbode family. If I may ask you, if I may present this to you, most of the time we don't have to knock the door again before we come in. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We are grateful. We are going to come again because we have really got a lot of benefit from you. Please, I'm not going to go. Prince Kalejaye, I'm so sorry. I saw that you raised up your hands, but I didn't see you again. That's when I thought that maybe you left. You can still talk, alàgbà ẹ má bínú torí Ọlọ́run.
Ẹ ṣeun. Mo dúpẹ́ fún àǹfààní yìí. Pàápàá tó jẹ́ pé bàbá wa láti Kálẹ̀ ló wá. Èmi náà kalẹ̀ síbí láti gbọ́ lẹ́nu. Yes.
Ṣé
ara léwájà, ṣé ara léwájà ni?
Wọ́n fẹ́ mọ̀.
Ara wọn ò sọ pé ara ilé wájà, wọ́n ní tó bá jọun là á fi wéhun. Epo ẹ̀ka jọ kó sí ẹ̀ lírí. Okay, sir, you can still talk. Wọ́n bínú.
We are getting there to where I'm expecting Yoruba Bode and the intellectuals that prevail on this platform to be. I'm so happy to be part of today's event. Thank you so much, Papa Dele Obi. I was listening to another version of event from another platform, which also enumerates in synonyms what will prevail this evening. These are our boys. I remember 10 years or about 12 years ago, I was in Nigeria in a barbing saloon. A guy was telling me how desperate he is to go to American embassy and then come to America and do what the whites are doing too. I was surprised that at his desperation. But this morning, when I heard a pastor preach in a church that Yahoo was even started in the Bible, and what the white men are doing to us is not different from Yahoo boys.
Of course.
In the Bible?
Yes, in the Bible. He quoted how Jacob Jacob and Esau. And he said, if there is anything at all, that is big Yahoo.
Oh, yeah. When he went to use the skin of the animal.
Yeah, and he quoted 3 different areas, the book of Proverbs, the book of Psalms, where some things, and he said God supports either of the 2 parties. So it is for us now to enlighten and create awareness among ourselves. If there is anything, any way I can be of support to that, I have a little naira, some thousands of naira that I can use to support the Amushashi. No, the Amushashi is not Yahoo. The Amushashi is on this behalf.
Okay.
Awareness.
No, yeah.
Yes. Thank you. We'll talk to you about that.
Yeah. Create awareness, more awareness. Today's event, I mean, that's where I keep on asking for how can I get a copy of it and then share for them.
And it can translate the presentation barrister see Yoruba or see Gbọ̀ngán or Ìjẹ̀bú language.
No, Baba Deboye, if I will be the one doing the translation, I will translate it into authentic or your Yoruba, which is
Ìjẹ̀bú.
Yes, Ìjẹ̀bú.
Translate it to translate it to any version of Yoruba language. I will understand it.
We are going to do it. We are going to do it. And also for everybody that are here today, some people are texting me that how do we get the recording? Yoruba Bode is always on YouTube. By the time we finish, immediately, already I've even sent many links to many people who wanted it. So just like the way we did it is there. So you can go there to take it. The only thing that we fight about all the time is the people who will doctor Yoruba Gbode. They will take my voice off and they will leave the voice of our guest there, and they will be sending it around with no what do they call it? Do you know?
Credit.
And they are not going to say where they are not going to tell people where they get it from.
Yahoo nìyẹn, Yahoo.
Olè nìyẹn.
Àwọn Fúlàní
Bá ti
nìyẹn.
bẹ̀rẹ̀ nú Bíbélì, bá ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ nú Kùránì, olè lolè jẹ́. Wọ́n wá ń pẹ́ ẹ̀yẹn ṣìnà kìnnìkan. Ẹnìkan ló ń fi jọ àwọn kan ní oníṣàárí Ànábì Ibrahim tó lọ bá Sárà ọmọ ọ̀dọ̀ tó kó lẹ́gba. Kí ni wọ́n ṣe fún un? Tí wọ́n bá ṣe nǹkan fún gbà yẹn, àwọn ò ṣe nǹkan fún wọn nísìnyí tó bá dánrú ẹ̀ wò.
That's right.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni.
Àwọn Fúlàní.
Ọgbọ́n ọdún ní wèrè ẹ̀mí. So we are grateful. We are working on public enlightenment. Please text Yoruba Gbode whatever question that you want to ask about how to help Igbimọ̀ Amúṣẹ́ṣe. The first project that Igbimọ̀ Amúṣẹ́ṣe is doing right now is public enlightenment with other program that the coordinator of Amúṣẹ́ṣe will tell you very soon. But you can start helping with the public enlightenment. We want to have billboard all over Ibadan, all over Ilẹ̀ Àwórì, all over Gbọ̀ngán, gbogbo Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́, gbogbo Ìjẹ̀bú-Igbó.
Ìkàlẹ̀.
Àkókò. Yes, billboard will be there. Speaking our language, telling people what they need to do, telling people pé àìmọ̀ ọ̀ràn ni, you have to know. Torí tó bá ń gbé ẹni tí ò bá gbé wọn ò gbé sí àgbàlá rẹ̀. Thank you so much, everybody. For people who are not on our mailing list, that you are not getting things from us, know that Yoruba Gbode is 3 o'clock New York time, 8 o'clock London and Nigeria, depending on the weather. Put it at a particular time in your place and let us meet here every Sunday so that we'll be able to think about what needs to be done so the wrong can be right. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to my Baba Moye, Baba Adeniran Adeboye. I'm grateful to Amoye Bankole. I appreciate your effort and your brain, Baba Biyi Oyefule, and all of you, Koye Kogbo, that I can't start mentioning your name, but know that you are Ojulowo Omo Yoruba, and we are very proud of you. On this note, I'm going to take my bye-bye shoe so we can meet next Sunday at 3 o'clock. We are expecting Oba on Toba Lashe. We're still working on it. And we have so many other things that can prop up next Sunday. So ẹni tó fúnni lówó kò fẹ́ kí ebi ó pa ni, ẹni tó fúnni nímọ̀ kò fẹ́ kárìn lókun àìnímọ̀. Ṣé bí ẹni tí ó fúnni lọ́mọ, irú wọn ni wọn kò fẹ́ kí á jàjẹrun bí iṣu. Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yèyé mi o, Egbinọlá Adékúnbi, àtúnwá ẹ̀dùn ló kọ́ mi láṣà mo jèrè àṣà. Ìrè ní mògùn ará àlágbẹ̀dẹ ọmọ wórin túnrin rọ. Ibi tó bá wà.
Ilẹ̀ rere.
Ó ti pọ̀. Bí èbó fẹnu ọkọ̀ sọlẹ̀.
Alájà ẹ pè mí o.
Yes sir. Yes ma. Ọ̀mọ̀wé Bello.
Ma.
Màá pè yín nísìn. God bless you.
Ẹja last week ètò lọ gbogbo àwọn tó kì í ṣàwórí, there are going to be a meeting next week o.
Àwọn tí wọ́n ṣàwórí.
Àwọn náà wọ́n kọ́ rẹ́jísà lọ́dọ̀ yín sí o. A máa ní láti induct wọn.
Èmi ò ní wá torí Àwórì lèmi o.
Already,
Ìkàkọ́
you
bọ̀
qualified.
láti Àgémowó lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí.
You already qualified. Ẹ má worry. Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́
Okay.
ilé ọ̀gán kankan Jẹ̀bú.
Àwórì
Ẹ máa
Ìbàdàn.
ní láti register.
Bàbá Bánkọ́lé ní o tún register.
Okay. Màá wá.
Ẹ mọ̀ nílé Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ kọjá mọ́. Torí ìgbà tí gádà gbọ̀ngàn ti bàjẹ́, Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́ ni wọ́n ń gbà lọ. Àbábá mi kí mo sọ ẹnìkan ló rán mi o.
Gádà gbẹ̀gẹ̀ bá bàjẹ́ wàhálà gbáà nìyẹn. Ẹ lè lọ Ilé-Ifẹ̀, ẹ lè lọ Àkúrẹ́, ẹ lè lọ Ọ̀wọ̀, ẹ lọ mo lè fẹ́ gbà lọ.
Fly.
Ògbómọ̀ṣọ́.
No, máa tiẹ̀ fly ni, fly yìí sì.
Di elémele ẹ fi garanti.
Ó dijọ́ mẹ́jọ o. Ẹ̀rọ mẹ́tò mo rí yín ọmọ mọ̀kẹ́ wọlé o.
Ó dàárọ̀ o.
Ó dàárọ̀ o. Ẹ
Ó
ṣeun o.
dàárọ̀ o. Ìpàdé wa bí àdùbí oyin o. Mo ò ní torí mi wá jí yín o.
Àṣẹ o.
Àṣẹ o. All right o.
Ẹ ṣé.